I actually don't know if it's better to not have the Spotify running.
Oh, yeah, we don't know yet.
Because there's music in this game. I'm gonna pause it real quick. There's music in the game.
I'm gonna put some anti-stink on.
Anti-stink.
Anti-stink.
How do we do multiplayer?
I don't know.
How to do multiplayer in Outbound. Head to the menu that includes your backpack and journal. The final tab on the right is the multiplayer tab. Okay. I guess I'll figure it out in game. I'm gonna go ahead and press play. Start new journey. Create my license plate. I cannot change this later on. Oh my god. Oh my god. Classic path. Oh my god. Schoolie. Oh my god, we could do a school bus. Big one. No, we want the big one. No. Yeah, let's get the big one.
Yeah.
License plate style. Yeah, we want that. Main color is gonna be pink because fucking why not? Of course it's gonna be pink. Is my audio picking up? Yeah, it's okay, we're good. Pink, and then accent color is gonna be, obviously it's gonna be a cyan, duh. And then dashboard behind vehicle, whatever. Whatever. Oh my god, I've gotta pick my appearance. I'm gonna be a female who's pale as fuck. Where's the palest as fuck color? That's yellow. That's yellow. I'm pretty sure that's just fucking yellow. I guess we'll get that. Hairstyle. We got pigtails an option. Shit. That's kind of pigtails, right? 2 kind of works. Oh. 6 kind of works. 2 and 6. Let's go with 6.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Facial feature just means eyebrows. I mean, okay, that's fine. I'll change my eyebrows. Yeah, that works. Facial feature color also purple. Eye color green. Tristan, you're first. How sweet. Uma. Welcome to the land of the living. This shirt is ugly. I'm not picking this shirt. Oh, wait. Maybe.
Okay.
No. No. Maybe that, yeah.
Oh, it didn't swap category. Okay.
I'm picking colors. Oh my god, yes, pink. Hello. It doesn't have the color I want, so I'm just gonna pick white. And then
There
gloves
you go.
color. I think I'll just pick white as well for the glove color. Fingernails, purple.
I've invited you to the thingy.
You've invited me to what? Oh, that thingy. Right, right. I'm done.
Yeah, Fed Jam.
Yay, Shed Chat time. Okay, alright. I'm still decorating my character. Pants style. Oh, very cute, very cute. Pants main color. Let's go pink.
Hello, 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 Kuma. How you doing?
Going pink or we're going white? Hmm.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, Spotify.
Well, I turned off Spotify. Oops. Fuck. No!
Did you undo everything?
Yeah.
No.
God damn it.
So, can I only join after?
Yeah, because I have to go into my menu to join, to have you join. So I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm doing my best. I'm trying to speed run this shit.
That's okay. That's okay.
I'm sorry. I didn't
Doing wonderful, Kuma. Doing wonderful. Hanging out with Aiko
and
every
a
day. The best
girl,
thing in my life.
a white girl with pigtails, 6 purple pupura with eyebrows. I do have eyebrows, yes.
I'm on the just chatting scene while wait because I don't know if it'll show like connection stuff.
Oh, I don't know. Shirt style, main color pink. Although I could do pink and purple, actually, now I think about it. Yeah, alright. I'll do pink and purple. And some white in there too. Why not?
Okay. Yeah. It looks like I can jump in.
Into my world.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's nice to finally be up and see you guys. By the time I wake up, usually you guys are done. Yeah. Yeah, usually
I don't want to wear Crocs. You know what? Fuck it. I'm going to wear Crocs.
usually the stream does end early well, morning to afternoon time uh for America.
Create. My character looks fucking great.
I'll
Fucking
try to
great. Hi,
choose a
Jesse.
time that works for both us and everyone else.
It's really hard. We can't please everybody.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Well, W, start motor. All right. I'm a big driver. Okay, all right, all right, all right. Now I have to tab and then go into this one. You need to complete the intro first before being able to enable friends to join your game. Visit this menu again once you've entered the outdoors behind the barrier. I don't know if you need to join, if you need to play also
I
to get
googled
past
it
the intro.
and it said I did on Google. I said I could just join.
Again, I have to do the intro, so. Drive around with my vehicle is what I'm doing. Oops, I'm a good driver. Good driver I am. Oh, yeah.
There's nowhere to join friend. Hang on.
Oh, I don't know. I guess I just invite you somehow. Find a nice spot to stop and exit my vehicle. Off the cliff! Off the cliff!
Don't go off the cliff.
But this is a beautiful place to stop my vehicle. Exit my vehicle. Perfect. Look at it. That's perfect. Light the campfire. Okay. Alright, alright. I don't know where these. Okay, I got some metal scraps. I don't know where the campfire is.
I said that it says there should be a join friend option in the main menu.
There is, but it says that. Oh, in the multiplayer, it says right here, you need to complete the intro first before being able to enable friends. Visit this menu again once you enter the outdoors behind the barrier. I don't know what that means. I need wood.
No, but I meant like the things I'm reading are just basically saying that there should be something on the main menu that I press like to join friends, but
Oh, I see.
I don't know.
Into the fire. Find 3
Maybe
more
just to be safe,
campfires and light
I'll
their
do
campfires.
one
Okay,
as well.
it's my side task.
Oh my
This is
god.
cute though. Look, oh my god, I jump and I can see my fingernails. How cute! Oh my god, I love that. What is this? Here's my tasks. Maps.
Yeah, it's good to see you again, Kuma.
Find 3 more campsites. Look at that, Draco. Love it. Oh my god, here's my workbench. How cute.
What vehicle did you choose?
The big boy.
The big one. Oh my god.
Well, it
Lots of
was
building
it.
space to carry weight.
Yeah, it had the most space. Let's back up. Let's fucking go.
Rip to our handling of the car.
No, no, it's okay.
That's
I'm
not
really
too bad.
great at handling this. Excuse me. Excuse my control. Hmm. It's clear to me I don't know how this game works.
Mm, well, to be fair, this is our first time even seeing anything about the game.
Well, I have stuff. What is this? Oh. Oh, cool. Okay, now I know how to make a wrench. That's cool.
Nice. Wrench it, wrench it.
And I'll go in here, and then I'll make a wrench. What am I doing? I'm not gonna lie, I like this crafting system.
Oh, that is cool.
Cool.
That is cool. I like that.
Fixed it. Now it says multiplayer has been unlocked. Okay.
Oh, nice, nice. So you should be able
So
to.
region, automatic host session.
Can I just?
Invite friends. Hold on, it's waiting. It's loading. There we go. Confirm. I invited you.
I've been invited. Oh, yeah, cool. I could just join off that. Oh my god, I'm making me.
Look, it's our beautiful home. Where are you? Oh, are you making your character?
Yeah.
Okay. I wonder if I could just drive then. Do do do. Do, do, do. I wonder if we're gonna have to make like a hand, like an axe or something to get more resources, like wood. This is gonna be so cozy. To light more campfires. What if he'll just like appear beside me in my car?
Style. Oh, that one seems
I
comfy.
just realized that there's not a ton of music going on right now, so I'm gonna put the introspection playlist back on, so it's at least light music. Oh, and
That's a good idea.
of course, literally as soon as I fucking do that, music starts playing in game.
Oh my god.
Is this a
I can
perfect
color
spot
my
to set up
gloves.
camp?
They can be pink as well.
Is this the perfect spot to set
I'm
up
gonna leave
camp?
my fingernails alone.
I would love to gather all of this litter.
None of these seem comfortable.
What?
I'm going based off of comfort vibes, but I guess I don't get comfort with pants.
Oh, mine are comfy. I don't see myself in third person.
Oh, shoes? Could wear Crocs.
I'm wearing Crocs.
Oh, let's go. The Croc bandits.
Yeah.
I am guess my color.
Is it pink?
Everything is pink.
I've got pink and purple going on.
I've got pink and pink. The brown is the part that won't change color. Okay. Oh, I should swap to game. Day one. Hold W to start mode, I hope.
Oh my
Okay.
gosh, hold on a second. Do you get your own little Jeep?
Oh no, I'm in the
Oh,
car.
you're in. Okay. Hi,
Hello.
sorry. I just took off. I was looking at resources. How's my outfit look? Oh, you look very pink. Oh my lord.
You look lovely. That looks so comfy.
My outfit? Yeah, of course it does. I can't see myself, but I trust you.
You look adorable.
I'm gonna craft a building hammer really quick that I assume I can make. Yep.
I have um. So I'm gonna be asking you for things. How do I? How do I gather things? Do I
I
have
don't
an
know.
axe or anything?
No. So
Okay,
far,
never
I've
mind.
just found stuff on the ground and picked it up.
Seems a bit stuttery, but that's probably because it's um
You like the color I made the
tab
van?
multiplayer. I do. I love it.
Well, I was going for those blueberries, but now they're mine, so fuck you. Doesn't matter.
These are road berries.
Sorry, road berries. My bad. I should have known they were road berries, not blueberries.
Actually, these are road berries.
There's
They're
Hitmonlee in the
poisonous
chat
to
if anybody
turtles.
wants it.
Hitmonlee?
Let me see what B does.
Hitmonlee?
I can only build on or near my vehicle. Okay, what am I building? Build at least one counter. Where would I build a counter? This place is not big enough for that shit. Once would build a fucking where? How? What?
I've got a decent amount of wood. Oh, some fiber. Okay, so these ones give fiber.
It seems really small for a cat. All right.
Maybe it's not a massive counter.
Okay, I built
Build a
one.
recycler on counter.
There. Build a recycler on a counter?
Yeah,
Okay,
on the counter.
I did it. I can recycle litter
No.
into tickets. Download vouchers, I guess.
I'm gonna build myself a building hammer.
Mm. Recycle litter to receive vouchers.
Nice. Got myself a building hammer now. Now I can actually build on the
Nice.
go. Set camp first to what?
Find 3 more campfires and light their campsites. Okay.
Cycle litter to receive download. Oh, okay.
Let's see. They could be used to download a blueprint at local terminals. You could tune up your ride. All right. All
Oh,
right.
we could
Let's
end
go.
day. Oh, it just put me in the passenger seat. Let's go.
To,
Tweet, 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 tweet.
let me open my backpack. I need to lock this to my backpack. There we go.
Lock what?
My download vouchers.
Oh, you got some download vouchers. I didn't find
Trash.
any little.
Yeah. But if you find some in the future, that's what you can use it for. Oh, resources.
Oh, there's a bunny.
Oh.
Oh, I need an axe to cut
Oh,
this.
okay. I will get to a point where I can chop trees. That's nice.
I guess currently we're just
God, the bunny's so cute. I might wind up murdering later. Looks cute, might kill later.
Run it over.
Making
Run
lunch
over
while
the
you
bunny.
want a bologna sandwich.
Oh, you hit the tree.
Shh. No, I didn't.
Oh,
Peanut butter, not peanut butter and bologna. Gross. Mustard and bologna. That sounds
there's
good, doesn't it? Like a fried
something over here.
peanut butter and bologna sandwich. Not peanut butter. God damn it, mustard. Please do not put peanut butter with your bologna.
That does not sound like a good combination.
Not. Fry up the bologna and put some mustard on some bread. And then
Oh,
put the
it's telling us
bologna.
to go to bed.
All right. Well, I'm just going to let you know our bed's really small. We're going to have to squeeze in tight.
Oh no, I guess we're gonna have to cuddle. How the hell would you have like
No stamina.
this is gonna be impressive to actually like you can play with up to 6 players, I think it
Oh
said.
my gosh. A ham
That's a lot
sandwich?
of people in one bed. Okay.
Damn it.
Open your map and track a landmark. Oh,
Okay, so map. Okay, let's pull up my map. Oh, we're getting close.
Fire lookout, I guess.
Yeah, let's go to that. We're close. We're close to that.
Oh no.
Goodbye.
She's leaving me.
Fuck you.
Out on you. Oh, it's up the hill.
Yeah, let's go.
I think there was a path back, like we could have taken a left
This way,
on
yeah.
the road. That's one way to do it. Bunny. Oh,
No bunnies. I'll kill you.
metal scrap.
Kill you later. Oh my god, look at all the butterflies. Ah, they're so pretty.
Oh my god, we can download a blueprint.
Yeah. Did you where? Where are you at?
There's this tower
Okay.
over here.
I have the vouchers.
Yeah, you can get an axe, sickle, a pickaxe or something.
Axe for sure.
Yeah. I am also over encumbered. That is fine.
Oh, there's no more downloads available?
I wonder if that got the axe available for me as well.
I don't know. I don't know what I have available now.
I'm coming. Do we have an inventory inside the van?
Yeah, apparently. I haven't used it yet.
How do you access it?
I don't know.
I'll figure this out.
It's all a big mystery to me. I remember I was
Um,
standing here and I looked over. Oh, look, I looked at this window.
Yes.
That makes the most sense, yeah?
Only one of us can be in the storage
There you go.
at a time. Huh?
Oh my god. I gave a bunny a blueberry. Now I'm petting him. He's mine now. No,
We don't have any upgrades to actually store things.
he's gonna be mine. You either die a bell pepper or live long enough just to eat your green beans. No, what'd you say, babe?
I don't think we have any capability of storing things yet.
Why? Did you not put stuff in there?
It won't let me. Like I don't know how to open up my inventory
Oh,
while I'm
fair
in
enough.
there.
I need some more wood. I found some more trash.
Well, I'm no longer overweight because I made an axe.
Good job.
How'd I pull it out?
I don't know. Try pressing tab. There's tab.
Tab.
It's tab.
I pressed tab and it just pulls up my backpack. I'm at the
Oh,
axe.
now I'm heavy.
Oh, I guess you don't need to pull out the axe. You just go up to a. Oh, is this? Here's the campfire.
Yeah,
Could
I know,
you?
but I don't have any wood.
I think I have some wood.
I have to go put
I have enough wood.
trash in the recycler, I think.
Nice. I have lit the campfire. We either die a
You
bell
lit the
pepper or live
campfire?
longer. Yes.
All right, well, that works out.
You either die a bell pepper or live long enough for
Deposit the
Kristen to eat your
materials
green
from your
beans.
backpack into your vehicle.
I would love to know how. Oh, it's here.
What? Oh.
This is the deposit, and then
Oh.
you look in the window,
I
and you can act.
see. That's how we get the stuff out.
Yeah.
Okay, look, we're learning. We're learning. Okay, where are we going?
Oh, you've abandoned me again. That's okay.
Run away! Run away!
There's a. I imagine we're not going over the river because we can't get over the bridge yet.
Oh no, I was coming over here because there's more road berries and I'm trying to make these bunnies love me. One of them does, I just don't know which. It's very important for these bunnies to love me. I'm gonna get.
I'm just gonna follow the road along. You can come find me. I'll be a hitchhiker. Oh my god, there's a plane that flew over. This is cool. This
All of
bridge
them?
is out.
Hi, Al. Welcome back.
Hi, Al.
Ooh, I found some wood. Can I chop this
Oh,
tree?
some little. I found another campfire.
Oh, that's good. Light that bitch, I guess.
It's just further around the.
This way?
There's a total of 80 campfires in the game.
Jesus. I think I went the wrong way.
Um, before you went off the road, just keep following the road around the rock.
Alright.
I found also the path up to the fire tower that we have to walk. Oh, we can gather rocks as well.
Oh. I found a campfire. I think that I definitely went the wrong way.
Um, yeah, you've definitely gone the wrong way. You're going a completely different direction.
Look. I told you I thought I went the wrong way, and you said, nah, you're good.
I didn't know there was a turn off the road.
There wasn't. I was on the road.
No, you went onto a different
My
road.
goodness. I can go get a new recipe over here. There's 2 cars? No, I think he just has one. Or I have
No,
one. We share it, I think.
we have one car, and each time Aika goes to drive, she doesn't tell me about it, so w- I just get locked out, and then she drives off.
I'm very good at this game. Look, I'm gonna find you. Oh, but I found rocks, babe.
Nice.
There needs to be multiple. There needs to be multiple vehicles. I feel like there's something wrong with the whole system of like why do we share a vehicle? Because like like I say only one person can build something. There's only really enough stuff to build for one I don't know.
No, there's plenty of space on
Babe,
it.
I'm collecting rock. I'm happy as a clam.
I'm proud of you. I'm by the fire watch, the fire lookout, which is a
Herber.
primary objective.
Okay, I'll go back.
Oh, I can. There's a sawmill that you can download from this one. Oh,
Babe, I'm hot. Did you turn the AC off?
I mean, it was. Well, but we turned it off before,
Yeah, I know.
and then we started streaming and forgot to turn it back on.
Okay, I'm very hot.
TF2 sawmill reference. Yep.
I am a professional gamer. See? I don't know where I'm going. I think this way. Well, he told me not to go across the bridge, so I guess I'm going this way.
I mean, the bridge is down. Oh, it's come down. I mean, the bridge was up.
It's up.
Okay, cool. Use a power unit in your vehicle to recharge it. We're driving an electric vehicle.
Ugh, that's bad.
Wait, if we're driving an electric vehicle, why does it have exhaust fumes?
That's a good question.
Maybe it's a hybrid.
Oh, there you are.
Hello.
We're not hippies.
Fear me. Ow. Oh, it put me in the car.
There you go. You're welcome.
This was the campfire outlet, and this is the stair up to the fire
Okay,
watch.
so I guess this is where stay cool, ice bath, endurance stream. Well, hold on. I know that like
I'm starting to
Asami's
think
been
now.
doing endurance streams. What the fuck is an endurance stream? I don't even know what that means.
It means streaming for a long time.
Oh, gross.
People call anything like over 8 hours an endurance stream.
Did you take my ticket?
No, I'm making another one.
Use
Yes,
the
I took your
power
ticket
unit
now,
in your
and then you can have that other one.
use the power unit in my vehicle to recharge it.
Do we have
Um, this the power unit? This oh I found it. Hold
oh, motor info power
on. Lumber and fiber.
Ooh.
Okay. It okay.
Cowcraft. It looks like whatever we put into the car is like we can use. from the workbench.
That's good. Well, we've got power, I guess. And I made a watering can.
Yeah, his bridge is out.
If we had 10 woods, we could fix it.
Oh, cool. Maybe we should, go to the fire lookout.
Why? Oh, fire lookout up there? Yeah,
Yeah,
alright.
yeah, the main objective.
Look, I keep getting distracted.
I know. Wait, where are you going?
I'm backing up the vehicle so I can go up there to the fire
This, these are stairs.
lookout. Yeah. Yeah, I don't see the problem.
Yeah, I'm 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 just gonna say we're never gonna go camping.
He doesn't want to go camping with me. I gotta turn this light off. Hold on. I'm gonna drive the, like, run out the battery. There you go. Look, I don't know what his problem is. Could be a great driver in a horror car game. As the villain, rude. Look, I thought I'd be able to drive up to the lookout. How was I supposed to know? You're so mean to me. Ginger.
We have discovered the fire lookout. Now we gotta explore it.
Okay, so this is a lookout then?
Yeah, this is the fire
This is
lookout.
lame.
Oh, little
Trash. Save, I guess.
terminal executable. I found a key
Oh,
item. Oh, some water bottles.
okay.
Okay, so I need to find a USB. Oh, I found the floppy disk. So USB and a password.
Found the signal decryptor
Okay, that's what that was. A USB.
and a password data bank
Nice. Where did
and
we
a
find them?
banana peel
Were they downstairs?
upstairs.
There was an upstairs.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hi, Captain Europe. How you doing?
Hello, Captain Europe.
I can now make. I can make a sawmill, I guess. We'll unlock. We'll feel like a. Okay. Planks. I don't have any fucking tickets because just
I've got a
took my
ticket.
tickets.
I've got a
Fine,
ticket.
go download the ticket thingy.
Yeah, the sawmill. Yippee! Well, now I'm.
Well, I'm glad to know. I guess that's fine as long as he's got supervision. Not that, like, exactly like this
What
is.
is this? Like, Zen rocks. Stack of rock. Oh my god. Uh, it just told me there's one of 90 of these around.
Oh, I took it back. These are mine now.
Like
My
10
rocks.
rocks. Okay, I'll put it back.
Ow.
Okay, I was about to say there's a good thing there's no fall damage. There was fall damage.
There was fall damage.
You
Oh, but
just-
apparently I can consume ginger to restore health.
They already don't have souls. Why are you killing them?
Milkman4685 said Coco collect all the rocks for the rock piles.
Exactly. No, oh my god, Tristan, I just registered what you said. There's something wrong with you. Oh, he's broken. My husband is broken fundamentally.
Counter, cycler, sawmill. Okay. Cultivator. Need more planks for that. So we need a sawmill. Oh, we need to build another countertop. Countertop.
Okay, I got this.
Oh my god, that bed's eventually going to be blocked off. Oh, we can build a folding chair.
Um,
A potted flower.
yeah, that makes perfect sense. I love having this right next to our bed. It's a terrible building sim. Like, eventually I'm gonna really run out of space, dude.
I wonder if everything we build outside of the car will, like, when we set up camp,
I'm sleeping behind the
like,
saw.
go back out the car.
I really need to get back to streaming, so streaming Gardens of Jam. Oh, well, now it's fucking raining. Well, I have an axe
No.
somewhere.
You do have an axe.
I don't know how to use it.
You can only use it by interacting with logs on the ground that use axes.
I see.
Oh no, the fire's out. Oh, it's raining, so no wonder it's out. I guess we drive just around the road more.
Okie dokie. I could take you to where I found those rocks. I don't know if it's entirely helpful, but we'll go somewhere else. So what's this way?
I think this loops back to the old road, but there's a
Oh, look, there's a log.
there's a data
There's
tower.
logs up here, though.
Yeah, there are.
God. I think I need to charge soon. Well, I should probably get some fucking wood then, huh? Wow.
There's a good idea.
Apparently, I need to turn wood and fiber. The thing is like, it gave me the option to choose between, like, a couple things. Oh, there's something over here. Heavy. Oh, it's so heavy. What is this? I could a furniture pack or a furniture pack. Ooh. Ooh. Very torn. This one comes with. This one comes with. This one comes with.
Oh, there's a blockage on the road.
What the fuck is that? A camping lamp? Yeah, but this one's a ninth lamp. I'm gonna get that one.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
We just unlocked a lot of things.
I'm so heavy. Tristan's model kind of looks like the guy from Tiger King. What is Tiger King? Tristan, come here. Come here, Tiger King.
Oh, but Tiger King is like a guy who had like a bunch of tigers in his house.
Oh. Hi, babe. Thanks. Thanks for making that a little bit shorter for me. Okay, so like.
Do you unlock anything back here? Nope, not yet.
I guess I can make this different styled wooden counter now. I didn't open that. That wasn't me. I can make a crop plot. So what happens if I make a crop plot outside of, like, here? Let's say
I don't know. I think maybe
it
when we
needs to
set
be
up.
placed on an appropriate surface.
Okay, so maybe
This
it
is
has.
not no appropriate, so it needs to be whatever. And
Can you
then
put it on like a roof? I don't know. We don't have a ladder up to our roof, so I guess we can't get up to the roof yet.
I don't know. I don't know how any of this
I
fucking
did not
works.
have a mullet, no.
Let me see. No, no mullet. All right, well, I guess we. I don't know where we're going.
We may as well just follow the road around.
Yep.
So when I looked in the map, they said there's also gnomes and paintings, as well as those rocks you can stack.
Okay.
Oh, we can break these. I guess
My
he
God,
would have been blocked off
my
from
little
going this way
character is so
before.
annoying. She wants to eat.
Oh, I should join the Spotify maybe?
I don't
I
know.
don't know. I don't even know if you have it up still. Or playing.
There, I'm not hungry anymore. You could just eat blueberries directly from the storage. Sorry,
Oh,
road
nice.
berries. My bad. He looks like a generic old handsome silver fox. Yeah.
Silver Fox Foxy from One Piece. Foxy?
Been watching a lot of One Piece lately. We were
Oh,
watching
hey,
One
look.
Piece earlier today, but then I had to stop so I can get some work done. And then I didn't get
Ah.
fucking done anything done. I was so mad. I could have had a scythe and gotten lots of fiber.
If we keep going down this road, we'll go past like this like where you started.
Bush.
And there, it looks like there's another download point there.
Okay, I think I'm
You've
good.
never heard of One Piece? Well, let me regale you on the tale of One Piece. Pirates. Yar. I am done. You're not on your vehicle. Create a nice spot for your workstation. We might be able to eventually get like on top of the vehicle.
We haven't got any vehicle upgrades yet. Do I have to sit here and wait for this thing to finish? Probably not. Okay, I'm just gonna go.
I was building a counter. That's okay.
Congrats on your counter.
Yes, it's Assassin's Creed Black Flag.
I found more bushes and berries. Look, we'll get there eventually.
Let's see.
I need to
Okay,
pick
so you
up
have to
the
put the
everything.
cultivator on. I put a crop plot on the
You put it
cool.
on
On the counter
oh my
that I
god.
put behind my seat. I'm growing ginger.
Okay. I'm making planks, I guess.
We could grow ginger and road berries, so I guess it's whatever's in the storage.
Mm.
Does this?
Uh,
Wait, oh, it must be the dust we're flicking up by driving, not an exhaust.
oh, I don't know. Guess we just keep going.
No.
Oh,
Ah!
come back.
I'm right
Sorry.
here.
Get in the
Keep
car.
shutting the doors.
Get in the
I'm in.
car.
I'm in.
All right. I don't know where we're going now. You need to be my navigator.
Okay, so there will be a fork in the road. Take the left.
Well, hold on. It looks like there's a campfire here.
Yeah, this was the first campfire you lit.
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh, right. I know where we are. But there's more. Fucking, God damn it. There's more wood out here now. I wish I could chop down trees.
Maybe we can later. But yeah, if we just go to the left once you're back in the car, we'll be good.
I don't know how I managed this.
What? There's a seat back there?
Apparently.
Oh, you're on the bed. You go to sleep.
I just clicked get in. Alright, so I guess we'll go this way.
Yeah.
Oh, look, look, look. There's another cairn thing up there.
Oh, cool.
Let's go do that one.
There's also another tower just here.
Alright. And there's some stone over here.
Oh, I'm gonna go fix the
Cairn
zenstones.
thingy.
Cairn stacked. And you're stealing them.
Yeah. Fuck you guys, it's cairn. I need stone, I think. I don't know.
There's a guy. Oh wait, no, I thought it was a guy parachuting, but no, it's a plane turning.
Is that another thing we can get recipes from? Why would you ever do that? I thought you were talking about an actual game. Cute house car. Thank you. I do want to deforestation. It's very relaxing. Have you ever deforested before? It's very nice.
Oh, some rocks. That was definitely not the intended way up because I see the stairs over here.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Oh, I've got down
Here we go, the fucking sickle. Damn it, I don't have any tickets. Do you have a ticket?
I have ticket.
Do you want to get a sickle or a pickaxe? One of those two?
Stickle, I guess.
Then go ahead and do it.
Oh, or we could get an axe upgrade, but no, sickle. Oh no, you've taken too many things. Oh, the campfire.
so slow. I mean, it's generally a good idea for streaming. What would be an actual game?
Some more little
I've lost my van.
supplies,
Oh, there it is.
ginger and red berries, and oh, I can't light this campfire because it's
Raining.
raining.
Yeah.
And this is one that we haven't lit before.
Oh, I mean, we can sleep in the van until it's not raining anymore. You want to do that?
Oh, I'm gonna hop in the passenger seat.
Okay, I'm
then I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
gonna make a sickle because I want it.
Oh yeah, so I'll make a sickle first. As well. Oh, we don't have enough fiber.
Well, I may or may not have used it to power this vehicle.
That is fine. You have a sickle. You now probably can make fiber.
Can I? I'm going
Maybe.
to go up to bush. Nope, this bush.
Milkman4685 said I have planted 9 trees with the power of Ecosia, so I did anti-deforestation.
Okay.
Oh, he's anti. He's just trying to make up for like what I've taken from this earth. He's putting it back. Thanks.
It stopped raining.
Nice.
Maybe.
I don't know. This is maybe a direction that I look. Yeah, it looks like it's all a big park. Okay, love you too. Tristan left me. He said he hates me forever and he doesn't want to be with me anymore. That's how I'm interpreting that as his leaving me for the bathroom. I feel so slighted. Yay, more stuff for the recycler. Got a bucket with water. Oh, Jesus. It's like, oh, this is a perfect place for camp, except for it's like, fucking not, dude. I guess I'll add it to the task log. Do we even have that many planks? Yeah, we do. Oh, planks. We don't. How many planks do we have? 2. That's okay. We can solve this problem. We can make more. Oh. So that's 5. Now we'll just wait for that, right? Yeah. Surely nobody else is coming through here. Yeah. Gotta look at the map. Where's this taking us? This way? I don't know. Oh my god. What the fuck? What is this map? Ah! This is a nightmare. We did that? Okay. Let us go repair this bridge. Yep, we did it. He went to the bathroom. I repaired a bridge. It's like an adventure place, you know? This seems nice. This seems like a nice place. I'm just driving around without my headlights on. Just one. I think I only need one. There we go. Yep, what a beautiful fire we have. More trash. Time to recycle shit. Now we just wait, I guess. Tristan gets back. It's very cozy. It's just there's not like obvious things to do, I don't think. I don't know the point other than just like driving around and looking. Like campfires. My parents would probably get this more. They're RV people. That's what they want to do when they retire. They want to travel in the RV everywhere. Alrighty. Let's just go straight for... No, let's go this way. I think the orange ones are the ones that have not been lit yet. Oh, there's a tent here. That's cute. And there's a bunch of metal up here, too. That's nice. I feel like we could use that. Heavy. Ooh. A new radio signal received. Check my map. Okay, I can do that. Oh, this. Write down. Okay. Do that for sure, for sure. Oh, I can do this. Okay, that's marginally better. Honk, honk. You guys wanted me to play this. It is very cozy. I like it. Okay, it looks like there might be something. Yeah, that's it right there. Did you get 07 first light displayed a couple hours ago? Alright. Do you think that it's something I would actually enjoy? Or are you just saying that because you enjoyed it? Okay, what is this? We've got A shelf pack. Ooh, that's nice. That could work quite nicely. Your decorations on display with a starter shelf. Okay, there's a tables. Or a counter filler. It fills corner space, solves problems, keeps your campsite looking sharp. Interesting. Interesting. Ooh. Why do I not have... Oh, because I've been putting them back in the fucking van, haven't I? Urgh. This is why they told me to lock it, so that I made sure it was always in my inventory. And I keep forgetting to do that. What about it makes you think I'll like it? I'm just curious, like legitimately. That shit. I think. I guess this one. I don't know. I don't know. Let's see what we got going on in here. Can we like unbuild things? That sounds really weird. Oh, good. Move things. That's perfect. Duplicate. I feel like that's kind of cute here. You know? And then we can just like move things like this here. And then move this over here. Move this over here, maybe. Move this over here. And then make, what's that look like? We go there, yeah. And then like that, yeah. Still feel like this is kind of dangerous. Oh, it's like I'm not putting that right behind. Why? Why can't I put that there? Is it busy? Okay, there's not. Let's see. I'm not sure if it's entirely necessary for us to have a plant, but now we have one. There we go. That looks much better, I think. Because like there's our bed. So let's look at our map. What's next? We got that. We could turn around and go back that way, or we can go back across the bridge. Options. Where are we facing? That way? Yeah, let's just go around. There's an obstagoon in the chat. Get it. Hi, babe.
Oh my god, I'd be kidnapped now.
How? I don't even know where I am. I've been building things. And I took us places and I opened up the map a little bit and I built a bridge and I beat the game.
The whole game? Oh, nice. I am proud of you, honey. You've beaten the game to death. You radio signal received? Check your map. Oh. Oh, you went across a river.
I did. I built a bridge.
Which main objective are you tracking?
Open your map and track a landmark.
There's one to the north over the bridge that we have to rebuild.
Yeah. Yeah. There's
Maybe
also a
track that one?
question mark across from one of those thingies. That's what I was gonna. I
Yeah.
was gonna go to the question mark. Oh, it says find the question mark on your map. I did that. See?
Oh. Okay, I see.
No one caught the obstacle. You guys suck. Oh my god. Me, aren't you?
Look at that dead tree, Cup. Fireflies. I wonder if I can catch them. Nope, but they're pretty. Is there anything special
I
around
thought
here?
I saw a log a second ago and now it's gone.
A what?
Oh, never mind. Here it is.
There were 2 logs. I chopped one.
Okay.
Whee!
This way.
Yeah, right. Yep. Did you find any more signal thingies while I
I
was?
did, and I unlocked some different sized shelf thingies. So if you look in the back, you'll see what I made. I was like, I thought that looked better because that way it's not blocking up our entire bed.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's much better. And I see you move stuff to behind them.
Well, yeah, I wasn't thinking that I wanted to go to sleep with a fucking saw in my face.
Instead, you want to drive with a sword to the back of my head. So if you crack,
Exactly.
lots of problems if you crash.
Huh?
Lots of problems if you crash. To me,
Yeah.
you'll be fine.
Yeah, I know. Worst thing that's gonna happen to me is I get my head recycled. Don't worry. I was just picking up some berries. Goodbye.
That's okay. Oh, that was a road marker. There's a bunny. Oh my god.
What?
Oh my god.
What?
If you have row batteries in your inventory, you can feed the bunny.
Yeah. I said that earlier.
You said that earlier? I missed that.
Yeah, I said I was
What
feeding
did
the bunnies and then I could feed them and then pet them and then feed them and then pet them. And I was like, I want to make them love me.
Oh. Lure them into a false sense of security, and then you just
Look.
kill them.
No. Only if we're really hungry. This one I lit this one already, but maybe I didn't. Who knows?
I think I lit this one.
I'm gonna light it again.
I think if you look on the map, if they're white, it means you've interacted with them.
Feels nice. Apparently I'm regenning something. I don't know the point in sleeping other than what?
Fire does indeed hurt. I have learnt that fire hot. Oh, I've discovered the drawbridge. I have to walk up here.
Let's sleep.
Find a way to lower the drawbridge. It's going to be by getting to the other side. I reckon there might be other biomes we can go through. Yeah, that tower is going to be what you can lower it with, which we'll have to drive around, repair the bridge.
That's fine. I've already repaired one bridge. Might as well repair another one.
Oh, you repaired that bridge. Okay. Wow, you did a decent amount while I was gone.
Yeah.
Oh, I wonder if we can wish out that wishing well.
I came across a well earlier. All it did was give me water.
But water's still good.
Yeah.
How we water the plants. Oh,
Okay, here's the other bridge. We can.
apparently from the passenger seat, I watered the
Good job. I'm proud of you.
watered our crop.
Okay, how much wood do we need?
10.
All right, it's making.
Gonna get another download ticket in a moment as well.
There, it's on my task log now.
Oh, nice. Pretty flower pot you made.
Thanks. I thought it was nice. Place is really
you
fucking
can take
small.
that download ticket because I've already got one, unless you already have one as well. What's our wood supply looking like? Ah, I'm gonna use some wood to
Hmm?
get a battery to full.
Okay.
And I'm gonna try and keep my eye out for some fiber because I still need a sickle.
Okie dokie.
Cuts through large bushes and wheat with ease. Okay.
Master bridge
Ooh,
builder.
wow. Cool. Wait, what is this arcade game? Cap and snap? What? Ooh. Cap and snap. What?
I don't know.
Bottle caps.
I don't have any caps.
I have a bottle cap. There's some also in the thing. There was one on the
Ooh,
bench
there's
next to
like
it.
a little pier thingy over here. It's cute. And a little. I see a thing where I can.
Ah, I got a
Are
kitty.
those ducks? Goose? Heron? I don't know. Cat
You get
bobblehead.
blueprints.
Oh, that's adorable.
Oh my god. Oh no, she's driven off.
No, it's okay. I didn't go far.
I'm all alone.
He's sad.
There's no one here besides
I got a bottle cap.
me. This is going to be the start of my wilderness adventure.
No, I don't.
Reeds. Rough stuffing from the reeds. The cattails.
Let's see.
Oh. Oh, you lit a campfire. Nice.
Oh,
There's a bunch of fiber here that I'm
my God.
gathering.
I found a gnome.
There's 100 gnomes. Oh my god.
I found Uncle Gnome.
I wonder if there's different maps, like we're in like the starting map.
I don't know.
Because if I look, there's like 25 gnomes, 20 thingies, and 3 paintings.
I'm getting reeds. Reeds are apparently for crafting. How in depth is this
Why have I
game?
found a horse head? What? What is this? There's another horse head mark, like trail marker. What is this? What am I near? Oh, I see a radar thingy. I have no idea how in depth this game is, but I'm following horse head markers and it's taking me up a trail.
I got 7 fiber because I used a sickle on a bush.
Oh, good, good, good. I've got enough fiber on me to make my sickle once I.
You need fiber to make a sickle?
Yes, you
Oh,
need
okay.
2 fiber to make a sickle. That's too.
Oh, there is a big landmark up there. I'll track that landmark.
Oh, what's this?
That's what?
Oh my god, this is going to be amazing.
What? Oh.
Base building deck. We can build up now.
Oh my god, fantastic.
Also, I'm going to need you. Oh, there's a giant treehouse in the distance. That's cool. That's what we're heading towards. That's the main location marker.
How do we get up there?
I'm gonna need your help.
Okay, where are you at?
I am to your west. I'm just over encumbered. I could drop things, yes. But that's not the Tristan way.
Right.
In fact, what I'm gonna do is while I'm walking back towards you directly, I'm gonna harvest these mushrooms.
Where? Okay, I guess I'll look at the map. Figure we were. Oh my lord.
Amber Moral.
I hit a tree.
I see you.
Okay.
It's been 17 years.
Look, did you see?
Oh, that's cool. And wait, is the ladder inside?
Yeah,
Oh, cool.
and you can move it up and down.
Oh, it's click.
I don't. Um.
Ooh, and we can get up here, and then what can we build up here?
Well, hold on, hold on. I'm gonna.
Ah, just these for now.
There we go.
Oh, you moved the crop pot on top.
Yeah,
Nice.
there's like this is sunshine.
And it might actually get rain on, rained on, if it,
Oh
you know,
yeah.
that might help.
Oh my god. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. Hold on.
Also, I think we have
Bruh.
more bottle caps.
I'm making it bigger.
No. You can make it bigger?
Uh-huh.
Hang on. Floor. You can build floor.
Uh-huh.
Oh my god. I wonder how far you can
I
go
don't know
out.
how this is gonna fucking look while I'm trying to drive it, but
It packs up. At least the wood planks did on top. I have no idea how this is gonna look though. I think that tree's in the way.
possibly.
New radio signal received. Check your map. Where?
I don't know. This is-
Oh,
Hold on, let me move forward a little bit.
one of the signal towers we went to previously. Yep, it folds in.
Oh yeah, that's convenient. Very.
She's leaving me again.
I was just trying to rotate the fucking thing.
That's okay. I'm gonna get these mushrooms. Remember, kid, don't do mushrooms.
Without your parents watching.
I mean, if they give you permission to eat mushrooms on pizza, sure, yeah. Didn't know you could give your character blue manicure. Yeah, you can choose your fingernail when you're creating your like your fingernail color when you're
Yeah.
creating a character. Oh, you can build wooden railings. They're all basic stuff. We can have an entire house.
Yeah. It is. It is. I agree. Very specific.
I built a cat bobblehead.
Did you? That's lovely.
It is on our dashboard. And there's slots for a total of 8 or more in the car?
Hold on. Oh, this is
Yeah, you can build 8 bobbleheads down there. Some behind the bed and some on the dashboard.
You can just fucking vibe here, I guess. I don't know what I'm doing.
We never need to leave. This is our house.
Yep. Yeah, I guess it's an ugly house, but it's ours.
That's all we need, baby. Just something for us.
All right, where are we going? Radio signal.
The signal was back across the river.
Ugh. Gross.
Also a raw. Oh no, that's a vending machine.
Bear. Not a bear. I don't know why I thought that was a bear. That was dumb. I shouldn't talk.
Yes, you should.
Damn.
I'm wondering if maybe like it's unlocked something new.
I don't know.
It looks
I
like
know that last time I got a little area unlocked. It was just, I don't know. It was just letting me know. I felt like basically what I felt like was that it existed there already and I just missed it. And then it was just like, oh, you forgot this area, so you should go back and before you get too far away. That's the vibes I was getting from it.
maybe. No, I feel like we got this one. I think I got this one.
Maybe it allows us
Maybe
to
I
get
didn't.
maybe it allows us to get another one.
Oh no, I didn't come back here. This is where I first saw the sawmill. But then I got it at the top.
Okay, shelf pack, beds pack. Download
Oh,
hanging decorations. I'm gonna do bed. What do you want? Beds pack maybe?
the beds could be good.
Or shelf.
I'm happy with either one, my love.
I'm gonna go shelf.
What? Oh my god.
What?
Didn't know Tristan has a gremlin cap. Cool. Speaking of which, Tristan cackle. I think he needs to be tickled again, even off stream if Aiko is tired. Why? Because it's entertaining. That's why.
I will tickle
Al
him
said
later for sure. But only when we're already in bed and he's trying to sleep and I'm gonna make his life fucking miserable. Yeah.
I'm living the
What
dream.
I'm here for.
I have an amazing life with an amazing wife. I love you.
Just leave him.
Get loved. I've been abandoned again.
Going across the bridge, he'll never find me.
I found something.
You found
It's
some.
a gnome.
Nice. Chi. Oh, speaking of chi. I don't know why that's somehow relevant in my brain. Okay, look. I downloaded three games that are Japanese learning games.
Yes, we have 3 games.
Shut up. Shut up, you're so mean to me.
I'm
This is how he
I'm the
talks to me.
worst.
This is how he talks to me, guys.
Look how evil I
I'm
am.
evil.
I'm horrible.
He's practically murdered kittens in front of me, just saying. That's how evil he is.
Yeah, definitely. It's my day job.
Such a dick.
I have been thoroughly abandoned. Is there like a...
I'm gonna come back over here. I need a charge soon.
Yes, there are gnomes. There's collectible gnomes, like rock piles and paintings.
Am I doing this? All right. Let's see. We have a singular lamp. I just want to like decorate for a bit. You know, he'll find his way back over here. It'll be all right.
I don't know why my text to speech just cuts out after a couple of seconds. Maybe I need to increase the length of time on it somehow. So evil, but still not as evil as having dirty dishes under the bed.
Ugh, gross.
Not wrong.
Needs to be hung on a wall. Is this not wall? Oh, that's a wall. Interesting. Double my windows.
What is this? Oh, it's a kite.
A jar candle. Okay. And books. This would be Jesse approved. feel like this. Hi, babe. Why are
Hey,
you in
honey.
the floor? There you go.
I'm built different. Just like this house, I'm built different.
I'm gonna recycle some shit.
Did you loot this? You did loot this, my crate. I'm gonna look around for gnomes, although I have no idea how dark I look on stream. Why won't you love me? You're not attracted to my Mount Everest of trash you have to avoid getting buried by it?
Oh no. Oh no. Wooden railing. Oh.
I'm gonna say that that has too much emotion in
What the act? You assume he cares.
it. Bucket of water. I got some water. Water, 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 water.
I'm trying to see what it is I can build here.
Mount Everest ain't
Ugh.
got shit on me.
I have been listening to that song a lot lately. The Mount Everest ain't got shit on me song. It's if you check my Discord, literally it's my Discord status. Mount Everest ain't got shit on me.
Oh, you tore down the walls.
Look, I am trying to think of something, trying to figure some shit out. Okay? Like right now, it's just not like we're gonna have a garden area. We're gonna need a garden area, but hold on, we're gonna need.
What, jar candle? Oh, shells. Wow, you can build another wooden floor with a ladder on it.
Yeah, but it won't let me. I think I have to go like up.
Oh, yeah, maybe, yeah. 2 weeks is like an understatement.
Oh yeah, no, it was worse than that for sure.
Didn't some of them like explode from the fermentation?
Yeah, some of them were like massive because they were so fucking big. Okay, let's see. How do I do this? Yeah. Well, that looks really fucking weird, but you know, I'll take it.
Oh, yeah, yeah. That's the reason the entire house smelt sour when he opened his door. We have traumatized Al.
You're welcome. Now you know what it was like for us, mostly me, and you see why I wound up leaving, and like I stopped streaming just to go stay with my grandma because I was like I can't handle it. I can't handle it.
You could have handled it if I didn't come over because you would have been, used to it.
Mm-hmm.
But you had a long enough break that it just was. Hmm. I'm getting a good stockpile of rough stuffing from these cattails, or whatever we need it for. Maybe pillows. I'm just running around this lake.
No.
Oh yeah, it was a very romantic environment.
Super romantic.
Oh, that was a nice burp. That like tasted like dinner.
I had something I'd never had before, which was like reminded me of my grandma's salmon patties. It was really good.
Yeah. Chicken rissoles.
I don't know what I'm building here. Something.
Made it like a cozy cottage on top.
I'm trying to make something. I don't fucking know what it is.
I like this. It's so cute.
Why? Why can't I place this here?
What are you trying to build?
Trying to build another roof piece here. But it's like it wants me to put something down here as like support, but does this count as support? Okay, question. But how about actually, what if I try this?
Ah, we don't have the doorway yet.
No, it's
Do
okay.
we?
No, no, it's okay. Look, what if I figure out how to do this? What if I do? Oh, it's not. That's not the issue. Okay, I figured it out. I figured it out.
Is it because it's over the...
It's because it's over the thing, yeah.
It needs to be one more along.
Okay, totally fine. We can make that work.
I see what you're going for. Let me,
I burped. That was not
bless you.
pleasant tasting.
I'm sorry.
That's fine.
I'm so sorry. Thought you'd already know.
Oh, lordy. Okay, now what if put this here, here, and then I put this here, and then what if I do this? Perfect.
What do you think of...
Oh, you gotta be fucking. No, Tristan.
Okay, you want that.
I was putting this up there. I don't know if will that can we reach that actually?
I don't think so.
You can.
Oh, you can if you jump.
Yeah.
Oh, that's... I like that. And you can have like a... I'm gonna finish.
Why can't I build this up there? Yeah, I guess you
Wait.
finished. I don't know why I can't build up. What?
I guess there's a weight system because it says it's red and yeah, I think it's too heavy.
Oh. Well, I mean. All right, hold on.
Wait.
That's okay. Look, I'm gonna solve some problems here. I honestly didn't want it to be like that anyways.
If we get more upgrades, we can probably put more on top.
Maybe.
This is a lovely game.
Very cute.
She's talking about herself again.
God, I'm gonna punch him in the nose.
She's calling herself cute. She is cute. I've got the most adorable wife.
Punched in the nose.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
Oops. Okay.
Oh yeah, I made I put a caffeine pill in the water.
That's better. I'm gonna take this little shelf thingy that we can build now.
I like water. Water, water, water.
Do that, yeah. And then we can put some little lamps, candles. Oh yeah.
Ooh.
And let's get up. No. We're gonna want to move that. And we're gonna put this here because that's gonna be a corner piece. We're gonna want to put that in the corner.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that makes sense, yeah.
And eventually, let's see, we got that. We're gonna wind up moving the crop plots outside. But for now, we're good.
Yeah, who knows how big, like, our the top of our roof is gonna get. I like how decoration things don't add weight. It's literally just the foundation pieces. That'll be a pain in the ass to manage. Oh, that's so cute.
Isn't it? Here you go. You didn't think cute. How's that?
Oh my god, my bobblehead's back up here.
Mm-hmm.
I got one, yeah, one upstairs.
For some reason, I don't have enough wood to build. I think books. That's weird.
Well, someone's used all our wood.
What?
Building a house.
What?
We're out of wood.
What? No. Anyways, so yeah, we have a. We can go to sleep now. Let's go sleep. I think I did pretty good. Women can't kiss you if they're busy vomiting in the corner of the room. You're right. Okay. Oh my god.
Oh,
It's storming on our new beautifully built house. Oh,
I put it away. Oh
I was
no.
trying to go up here. Look, it's safe up here, see?
I'm so wet. Okay, I water. Oh my
God,
god.
big storm time. Holy shit. Oh shit, we need let's put some whatever fiber in this in the trunk thingy. The power.
Fiber and not wood? I guess, yeah.
We have
fiber.
less wood, remember? You said I used it all.
Yeah. And now that we've got the sickle and we're in a new area,
Alright,
we can get
so
more
where are we
fiber.
at? Let's see. Map. The giant question mark in the north.
Yeah. We'll go north and then go left at the fork.
This one?
Yeah, I'll go left here. There's some wood here.
You wanna jump out and grab it?
Yeah, I'll jump out and grab it.
Okay.
Meet me at the wood a bit further along the road. Oh my god, I'm feeling hungry. I'm no longer hungry. Passions I side. What? Whoops! I opened the door.
Get ahead.
There we go. Go, go, go! It's a storm!
I'm just saying, realistically, I would not be able to build that big of a thing on top of the roof, I don't think.
Some roofs are pretty durable. I think it might be. Oh, there's a campfire here that we can't light. You can honk. Oh my god! Ah, I got a walking trail from here up to the
Okay, that's fine. We
the
got that.
thing.
Amber, moral,
the
ginger, bottle
litter.
caps.
Bottle caps are good.
Can't light the thing while it's raining, so.
I guess we take the hiking path up.
Yeah, I'm
Just
just
gonna
looking.
deposit materials.
We could probably get some shit going, you know, like Oh, I ate the berries.
New radio signal received. Oh, that one I've definitely been to. That was the
Oh my
one where I
goodness.
got the roof upgrade.
All right, well, let's just
It-
fucking walk. Hold on.
It is this side of the river, the signal.
The signal is on this side of the river?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, let's go to that. You want to go to that real quick?
Yeah. Yeah, we can run back there. It's literally just follow
Yeah,
this
let's
cliff
just walk.
along.
That way we've got the van at the next campfire and we put down, and we're gonna go back there anyways.
Yeah. Curious if we can eat the mushrooms just fine. Ooh. Ooh, this is a big log. Chop, chop. I'll take that 5 wood. Want another big log. 10 wood. That's really nice.
Nice. Horsey?
Yeah, follow the horses up this trail. There was a bunch of horses up.
You see,
Yeah.
yes. Flower bouquets, metal side tables. I'm not feeling the metal right now, so
Oh.
and there's beds, wooden bed, metal bed, stretcher bed.
Storm's over. Oh, these planks respawned. And the metal respawned. Okay, cool. So resources do respawn.
Got a
Never
bed.
mind.
What? You're heavy?
Yeah, I had to drop some supplies.
Okay, let's go. I picked them up.
Nice, thank you.
My god, it's so smoky.
Okay, so it went from a thunderstorm to fog. Interesting. Very interesting.
Either way, I got you.
I'm
Oh,
fun with
mushrooms.
mushroom.
We should probably plant more things. I really wanted to get like a little table, or not a table, like a. How do we? Can we just like put crops? Hold on.
You can make more crop pots. I like this. Wow.
Oh,
Lit.
okay. Can we just put it? Oh, we can. Okay, good, good, good.
Ah, okay, cool. Yeah,
I
so we
wanted
could
to know if
just
we could just put it directly down there, which is what I wanted.
make a row of them or something.
Yeah, I'm trying to. There. Oh, well, ran out of plank. Ran out of planks.
We ran out of planks. Okay. There might have been more in the sawmill that you made.
How do I put things in there? Oh. Oh, I don't want to plant more ginger. Looks like I planted more ginger. That's not what I wanted to do. Can you plant some mushrooms or blueberries or something?
We're out of blueberries. We ate them all.
Damn.
And I think Amber Moral. What happens if I take this?
Ah. Look, babe, we got our own page.
Okay, we can't plant Amber Moral, at least in these planters.
Oh, we can't? Damn.
But we can eat it.
Oh, go ahead, Jesse. Have a good time on your mission. Love you.
Good luck. Good luck. Oh, the Amber Moral actually gives a decent amount of
You like our new beds?
Oh, I love it.
I wish they were prettier.
We'll get more.
They're kind of ugly right now.
We'll get more, and they'll be prettier. But yeah, next time we get blueberries, we'll just plant them.
Oh, okay.
Should we follow the trail now?
Hold on. Yeah, I need to put some stuff. I'm gonna lock some stuff in my inventory. Like maybe I need oops, crap. I was like, I'm gonna lock this stuff in my inventory so I don't lose it, and then I immediately put it in the bin.
I'm just gonna like run around looting what's in our immediate vicinity.
That's so cool. Look at that. Look.
Hmm?
Look. Did you see it get put away? The brush.
Oh yeah, I've seen it get put away before. Yeah, it's so cool.
All right.
Just like all
this way.
crumbles to pieces and
Let's
just
go
gets
on our
sucked in.
walking path.
Let's run on the walking path. Oh, there's mushrooms on the side.
Mushroom. Badger.
Good amount of mushroom. Mushroom.
Badger.
Mushroom. It's a snake. Oh, it's a snake. Watch out, it's a snake. Badger, mushroom.
We don't have problems. You guys have problems. You guys watch us.
Oh no. Oh no, she's insulting you, the viewer. That's how we get viewer participation. We just insult you.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a hot air balloon over there. Just see it.
Oh my goodness, this thing looks so cool and pretty. It's a tree house.
Yeah, I saw this from a distance. What's this?
Large tree hut.
Ooh, what's this?
Ooh, carpets.
Ginger.
Flowers to be delivered after the festival. Windmill, fire lookout, lighthouse, sunbeam makers. You expect me to do your job for you? Absolutely not.
I'm gathering a bunch of ginger.
I'm over encumbered from all of the mushrooms, probably.
Eat some if you're hungry. They're good. Wonder if we'll get a kitchen. And then like, we can make proper cooked food.
Insert this disc in a terminal around here. Ah, what a nice chair I have found. As soon as I sit down, it starts storming.
Read note. Okay. You read that one out.
Cute.
Oh, I found a gnome. Rat pack. He's got a watering can.
Adorable.
So you found the USB?
I found something, I think. I have not found the password thingy.
What does the password thingy look like?
It would look like fuck.
I know you found the last one, so
It looks like a line. It looks like a fidget toy. I don't know.
oh, okay. Oh, like this.
Yeah, probably. Could you describe that to me? A line.
Yeah, it's just a line of like asterisks.
Metal smelter. Turn ores or scraps into different metals with this trusty smelter. Okay.
We'll definitely need a pickaxe.
Nailing station. Toughen your timbers with this handy nailing station. Or a bolt press allows you to press sturdy metal bolts for when something needs tightening. Are we cool with the metal smelter, maybe?
Yeah, I think the metal smelter will be the best. We definitely need to get the pickaxe, though.
Yeah.
Oh, I missed.
Hey, if we look over there along the way, there's another thing we can do. Of course, I do think that's enough to cross another river, maybe. Oh, fuck. How did I get...
I tried jumping down a layer onto the ladder, and I missed and jumped off the treehouse.
Good job. How are your legs?
Owie, like they are in real life.
You see.
Well, there's another well down here.
I'm on my way, slowly but surely.
Is the inventory full?
What? No, I have lots of slots available.
Why'd you call me?
I don't understand why it gives me this many slots, but then caps me. I don't understand.
Backpack upgrades. How many does it give us? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
What is
by
that
1,
thing?
2, 3.
Is that, oh, that's just like railing.
Yeah, hello.
Oh my god. My burps do not taste good.
Oh, you got a non-good tasting burp.
Yeah.
I completely went the wrong way.
I'm just going towards where it says our van is.
Yeah, I keep forgetting I can look at that on the compass. That would have been a cute spot to put a gnome, but they didn't.
I feel like I
We
need
got
some
this-
semblance of purpose for being out here, you know, other than just like, I'm outside. What is my motivation?
I think what we're doing is something.
That narrows it down.
I know. I'm very helpful.
Join me.
I join you. I'm so sleepy.
Nice to wake up in a new home.
I'm gonna leave these unwatered, and then if it starts raining, I wanna. Oh, I know these were out in the. No, they weren't out in the thunderstorm. I'm gonna see if they get watered. Yeah, I don't know what our purpose out here is other than exploring. Map 1 of 4. Okay, so there's 4 maps.
I built a metal smelter.
Nice. Okay, so track a new landmark. So there's 2 more main landmarks. One looks like it's in a spiral of death, and the other one looks like it's in a field. Bum, 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 bum. Either way, we need to go back along the road. So probably this one, if that leads to it. Can I just?
Alright, where are we going?
Do a Yui, chuck a Yui,
Okay.
and then take a left once you hit the fork.
Alrighty. You're the navigator, sir.
I'm the navigators. I multiple navigate. Eat the bunny. Hit it with a car. Oh my god, it did nothing. Not even a satisfying stud.
It's just like stuck. I was hoping it did something. Nope.
We're just pushing it along.
You wanna grab that wood?
Yeah. Wood.
You said I'm going this way?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
And then we just follow this along. I don't know how long into. Oh.
Less than 1,000 according, or over 1,000 according to my little.
Yeah.
Blubberies. Blubberies. We need the blubbers.
Go, 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 go. Go up. Go up. We plant them.
We plant.
I'm in you.
We plant.
The plant.
Plant blubber.
Plant the blub.
Plant. Water.
Definitely not gonna water everything.
Water.
Just to make sure. Water.
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 I fucking love you.
We're
Oh my
made
God.
for each other.
We're
This
gonna-
is my wife, everyone. She's
Why
so
am I in the back?
'Cause I'm in the
I was
front.
trying to drive and I was like, why aren't I moving? And I was like, oh, I'm not in the driver's.
No.
Goodbye.
No. I opened the trunk. You're driving with the trunk open. Is that open for you still?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't shut it because you're in the driver's seat.
It's so weird.
That is so weird.
Okay.
Let's go.
Ooh, what's over there?
Ooh. That's gonna be fiber, that red plant.
There's some more wood next to us.
There's
Get that wood.
Yeah, get the wood. Boom. Got wood.
Oh, it's fiber.
Yeah, this is fiber. That's a bird.
Oh, it flew away. Do we need a lot of? I mean, we could use fiber for like.
Fiber's useful.
Yeah.
Yes, my person said that could come in handy.
That could come
Oh,
in
more
handy.
wood.
That could come in handy.
Chop.
Oh, more reeds too. Oh shit. You know, I'm gonna see if there's a setting for me to like toggle sprint. Cause I like hate it.
You hate hold sprint.
I hate hold sprint. Sprint mode
Yeah.
default. Hold to sprint. Tap to toggle. That tap to toggle. Thank goodness.
I like hold sprint.
I don't mind hold to sprint if it's like I'm not dealing with. Oh shit. Ooh, I see something. I think, is that another gnome? I don't mind it if there's like, if I'm not like being capped on my sprint and it being like really low. Because I wind up like going back and forth and I don't know if I'm actually sprinting or not.
Yeah.
Guild Gear Sarnwiff. That was his name.
Churnwith, man. Oh, there's a thingy up near you to get a blueprint, and there's another one.
Near me?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I
If
guess I'll
you
just.
open your maps, it's the radio tower thingy. I'm gonna run back to the
Okay.
road because there's another one up this hill.
Okay,
Oh,
I'm
there's
gonna.
another can
It's a
thingy.
slow walk, but I'm gonna make it.
Is your inventory full?
What?
Give me a moment.
Did you know if your inventory is full and you pick up more things, it just makes you slower?
I wonder if eventually you'll just stop.
I don't know. Where am I at? 32 out of 20, man. Oh, cool. That's a lot of windmills.
I've unintentionally stumbled across a campfire.
Mining.
Oh. Well, I guess I can light the campfire. I had wood with it. Boop. Oh, the signal. So I guess the signals are just optional.
Yeah, because I'm not going back there. Not right now.
That's far back. Some metal. Okay, I will stack that, but I'll get this.
It'll
Okay,
probably
so do
be
we
really
want...
nice when we've already visited everything. Ooh, I don't know what the fuck this shit is, but it's awesome.
Do we want a standalone power unit? Sewing? Or food processing?
Ooh, that's up to you. Dealer's choice.
Oh, sewing.
Signal network is currently occupied. Okay.
We definitely want sewing.
Going?
So sturdy backpacks and upgrade your clothing so you can gear up for you.
Are you still in there? Thank you.
I got it. Oh.
Oh.
Okay. So
Okay. Vehicle research station.
oh.
Which I will find out how to work as soon as I get back.
I'm jumping off a cliff. Well, I actually did that well enough to... I'm gonna get in the car and then drive to you.
Oh, okay.
Never mind, I'm gonna drive away.
No.
I'm gonna drive into the river. Fuck you. And this car.
No.
No.
Oh my god, there's more fiber. I need to grab it. What's this? More wood? I need to grab this wood. Yeah. And there's more fiber, I see. I'm already slow as fuck. Might as well. Hi.
Hey,
Are you
honey.
enjoying the driving?
The driving's nice.
Okay, now actually, hold on. Before we do that, I want to figure out what the fuck this thing does.
Well, while you figure that out, I'm gonna go explore this hill
I'm confused. What the hell did I just buy?
that has no road to it.
It said I built a vehicle upgrade thingy, but Did I not?
Is it in the back? Is it in the trunk? Do we have to make it?
Sewing table. Is that there? No, I went into the trunk.
Oh, my
Here we go.
ticket.
Vehicle research station. Oh, that's okay.
Actually, yeah, I'm gonna go up to the sewing table if you said you made that.
I need 4 planks. Actually, hold on. I should have some planks.
Oh my
now.
god, we need fiber. Oh wow. Yeah, we really need fiber. We need a lot of fiber. Seashells, thread.
Vehicle. Oh my god. Base building, wooden roof variety pack, walls variety pack, trellis, glass building, bamboo building, trellis. Oh my god, all that. And then we've got outdoor building, lets you build, collapse, and relax next to your
Mhm.
vehicle. Then weight capacity upgrade.
Oh, that's gonna be
Outdoor
good.
building space, extra rooms to your outdoor campsite. Outdoor building space 2, outdoor building space 3. Then there's motor upgrade, driving up a slope just got easier. Battery capacity upgrade. Oh my god, how do I make more bolts?
What, like the scraps or? No, there was the bolt maker
I
thing.
need more fiber.
Yes, yeah. In the sewing table, there's good fiber things.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said I
I'll
need
make
more fiber.
Yeah. And then in the other option, like one of the pants give you stamina upgrade, and I don't know what the shirt does.
I don't care about stamina. I need weight. Well, yeah, stamina's nice too, but I can't make nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, whenever we come across fiber, we need to stop for it. Fiber's amazing.
Yeah, there's some nearby. Or at least, never mind. There was. I think you grabbed it.
Yeah, I grabbed it. It was like one piece.
I'm sorry, what?
Wendy. Okay, so we're gonna watch after stream.
All right.
I love you.
Do you?
Yes, I love you so much. You make my dreams come true. You are my dreams, and you came true.
Okay, let's see.
You're real. Oh, oh, oh. Yeah, you drive the car out that way. I found a path at the top of this hill towards a beacon thingy.
Okay.
Oh,
Mount Everest and got shit on me.
never mind. This is more important.
I'm on top
Stack.
of the world. I'm on top of the world. What's
Is
this?
that little?
I don't know what these are, but that's trash.
Yeah. Trash is good to grab.
Oh my goodness. Why am I
I do have another
constantly
ticket.
heavy? What the fuck?
Do you have a bunch of tickets on you?
Look at this.
Okay, do we want the bolt press or the nailing station?
Nice. Fucking sweet.
What?
I found a recharge station.
Oh,
Okay, let me see.
do we want the bolt press? You're talking about bolts, weren't you?
Yeah.
Or do we want the nailing station, topping up timber?
Oh, I have a ton of bottle caps.
I'm gonna get the bolt
Bolt
press.
press. Yes, we need a bolt press.
You were completely distracted. I'm glad I remembered that you were talking about bolts.
You're a good man.
I'm not a man. I'm trash.
All right.
Oh, I see. That's the recharging station you found. Ooh, some green.
I like that because of where we're sitting, it looks like this is like in like part of our house.
It does. Okay, I've finally made it back.
The charging station's kind of cool.
Okay, so I have no idea what happens if we follow the road left, but right will take us to... Oh, that windmill up the top of that hill is the location.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Ready to charge again in 14 minutes is what it says.
Oh, it's fine. I've already charged it.
I know, but it recharges. It's not a one and done. Oh. I'm glad I jumped into the car before the doors shut and scared the hell out of me.
Is it
I went to
straight?
climb the ladder and it disappeared. Yeah, it's up the hill.
Okay.
I wonder if something's in that mailbox.
Go check.
Yes, read note. Hi Lily, I've been cultivating a new type of flower from a cactus that gives a beautiful new pink color. When you're back, let's go together and make a large batch of it at the mill. Like last time, I'll bring the flowers and you bring the popcorn. With love, Rose.
Aw.
Okay. So learn a bit about the world. So this is a fantastic game if you like cozy.
All right, our motor's shit, so we're not
We're
gonna
walking
make it. We can walk it, yeah.
or we could wait until we get upgraded enough to actually drive it.
All right, we could do that too.
Yeah. Yeah, sounds good to drive down this path as well. Oh, looks like there's an upgrade station. If we just keep following the road around.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah.
It's sparkly.
That's that one we got. That looks like a road that goes. Oh, there's a dirt path over there that goes to a different part of the road. Different road. I don't know. I don't have any upgrade things.
I do.
Okay, cool. I want to put the litter that I found in the
Fine.
recycler.
I don't think you'll complain.
What did you make? What did you get?
Pickaxe.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Oh, we can upgrade the motor or the battery.
Or?
Or the weight capacity.
Oh, is that the upgrade stuff?
Yeah, because you made 10 bolts.
Oh, yeah. Oh, look, headset fell off.
No.
I was trying to scratch my ear. Anyways. All right, what do you want to do?
If we get the motor upgrade, we might be able to make it up the slope, but
Okay. Well, you have to do it because the bolts are in your inventory.
I haven't taken it out yet, but I guess I will. What's these? Oh, these are just... That's... Yeah, I think the motor upgrade's the best one to get first. Oh, and then we've got to craft it now that we've...
Oh? Would I do it in here? Is it already
Probably in
made?
the trunk.
Oh, okay.
No, we have to make it in the trunk.
Oh, I need 5 bolts. Okay, that's fine. I'm crafting
Oh,
bolts
cool.
right now anyways.
Perfect. I accidentally
3.
deposited my download vouchers. Take those. And then lock that. Oh yes, I can make the pickaxe. Nice and easy to make.
Yep. Oh, what the fuck? Oh.
Pickaxe will allow us to get metal and more rocks. I want to see what this looks like when upgrades.
All right.
It didn't change the appearance of it, but it has been upgraded.
We will see if we can now.
Ah, just chuck another Yui.
Yep.
And we may as well take that other side. Actually, no, that might take us towards the exit of this region. I don't know.
I don't know either. I just know that we were going to go up steep hill, or we needed to go up a steep hill, and suddenly we have the ability to go up a steep hill. So,
Is our max speed increased as well, or was it just?
I
Where's
don't.
the red line?
I don't. 30.
Okay, it looks like
The
it
red
didn't
line's at
increase.
30, but I'm at 40.
Okay, so it looks like it's just like power, like increased torque. Oh yeah, we can actually get up this now. Oh wow, look at all these pretty flowers.
Ooh.
Wow, this is lovely.
Probably look
Ooh, there's
better
a
in the
hut.
daytime.
It will, yeah. There's a hut we can stop at just here.
Oh yeah,
and
let's do that.
Go check this out.
Battery's
Maybe-
running low.
The battery's fine for now.
I was just saying, like my character said.
I know.
My character was bitching.
I'm opening the window. Shutting the window. What did you grab? Was that a bottle cap?
Yeah.
Nice.
You want to sleep?
Yeah, we can sleep.
Then we could see all the flowers in the daytime.
This is so lovely. Oh, you can harvest the tulips to get flower petals. The
I would
blue
like to
ones.
be able to see them before you harvest them.
Oh, I'm on the. Weird, it wouldn't let me climb the ladder.
We've been out here for an entire week.
1 whole week. So yeah, these blue
Ooh,
flowers.
pretty. Just the blue ones?
Yeah.
Okay.
The blue ones.
Yeah, I wouldn't have been able to tell the difference in the dark.
They were still blue in the dark.
They probably were still blue in the dark, but I couldn't see that they were blue. What is that for? For like... The top of our van looks so weird. Just got a whole ass house on it. Look, it's cute. It's got a little house. It's got a little garden.
This is why I leave design stuff to you, because for me it would have just been floors and a bunch of cabinets.
That would look like
Efficiency. Wouldn't have even made a house. Maybe a bed to let us sleep up there.
technically speaking, we don't even need the beds. That's purely aesthetic. Because we have a bed inside. So for functionality purposes.
I can deposit while you're driving.
There you go.
But oh yeah, cool. Glad I stayed out of the car. More tulips. No idea what these flower petals will be used for, but they're gonna serve a purpose.
No,
at
I
some
don't want
point.
to. I don't want to.
Nature's confetti can be ground down into paint. Ooh. We can paint with these.
Nice, probably because our fuck
Oh, found
really
another
does not want me
rock
to have.
stack
You don't want me
thingy.
to be happy, do you? Just want an upgraded backpack. Do you have the upgraded backpack?
No,
Damn.
no. All our fiber's in the car, and we just haven't come across fiber. Come across a little bit, but not enough.
Yeah.
Oh, there's another rock stack thingy over here in the distance as well.
Yeah.
I'm just running through the flowers. You can drive up.
Yeah.
Oh, I missed a tulip back there. No.
What do you mean you think you need to charge soon? I'm actively charging you as I drive. Oh, it's getting ready to get steeper.
This rock. Oh my god.
What?
This is a silver tree. A silverbark tree. Requires an axe too. So birch is called silverbark in this game.
Buddy.
I did see that we required silverbark for one of the recipes.
Oh.
One of the car
Look.
the cosmetic things, like the wooden roof.
Actively charging. You can see that, yeah. Stop pretending I ain't doing nothing.
Hey, honey, I'm almost back. Oh no, she's leaving me again. It's okay.
The windmill.
I'm glad we got that upgrade and could just drive up.
Yeah, well, I mean, I almost like killed the car on the way up, so.
Oh, there's a basement. What's this note? I'm off to the festival for a few days. The mill is currently out of order, but if you can get it to work again, I'd be delighted. Feel free to browse around and use the terminal in the back. The mill powers the door, though.
Found
See you
bread.
later. Oh. We have to turn the mill on to get to the terminal in here.
Oh.
Which
What does this
So-
do? Like, what does sitting do in this game? Does it regenerate anything? No? Just
I
allows me to sit.
Oh, you found the decryptor. Oh! I found the painting.
Oh, we have a painting? That's nice.
Yeah. 14 total paintings, 3 in each. Wow. Okay. Yeah, the painting was behind this shelf.
Oh. I see.
This. I don't know what that is up there. Ah! There's a... How do we get up to that? How do we get that down? Oh! What if you turn it again?
Oh, yeah. Hold on, let me go up there. I'll tell you. Oh, okay, or
That
not.
was the wrong one.
Shut it! Let me go up there!
I pressed the wrong one.
Stop pressing things!
I want to press other things. So, this way again?
Shit.
See what I mean by it's weird when you're up there?
I'm trying to move. Why is it not letting? Oh, here we go.
Where is
Okay,
this?
alright, rotate. Now I can rotate.
This way.
Now rotate?
It says busy.
I'm not busy.
It's not letting me rotate. It's not rotating.
Now?
Okay, so I can only go so far to the right.
Okay, 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 okay. Stop, stop, stop.
That one?
Yeah, I
Okay.
think so.
Ah, you jump up on the boxes and that's the switch.
I think.
It looks like a switch.
My god, this is exhausting. This is not very well made. Okay, that goes down. This goes up here. Okay.
Nice. And this will turn the windmill.
Pull
working.
brake lever. Mechanism failure detected. Check cogwheels. We need
Oh,
scrap metal to repair the cogwheels.
how much?
20.
20? Okay, I dropped down. I'll get that.
I don't think we have 20.
Did we turn it all into bolts?
Yeah.
We have 5 scrap metal.
I told you we didn't think we had enough.
We did have enough. We had like 90 before.
I found carrots.
Oh! That's gonna be... Oh my god.
What?
The berries take a day to grow.
Do they?
Yeah.
Can you
Like-
plant? Can you make 2 more plots? Crop plots? I want to plant the. I want to plant the
what?
seeds. The carrots.
I've made 2 more crop pots.
Okay.
Let me plant 2 more berries. And... Oh, we can also plant grain.
Okay. Well, I was getting ready to plant carrots.
You can plant carrot in that. You just replace it.
Oh, I only have 1 carrot. No, I didn't. I have 2.
I'm gonna make another 2. Oh, another 1 and put grain on it.
Okay.
Okay, so we need to get more scrap metal. What would be the best way to get that? There might be some around here somewhere. Oh. Oh, found a gnome. Just chilling with a leaf. Gnomic gnome face.
I made a weight capacity upgrade because I could.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that's a good idea. Okay, so
Except for I need 2 bolts. Yuri.
so what we're after is a lot of scrap metal.
Yeah.
ありがと
I guess we'll head.
Thanks for the head pat, Starfluff. I appreciate it. Oh, hydrate. I will hydrate. Thank you, thank you. Oh, I'm so bad at remembering
Hydrate.
this stuff.
Good idea.
Thank you, thank you. I also didn't notice that Milky said desert bus earlier. Don't know when that was. Been a little caught up, you know. Whoops. Almost jumped off the cliff.
Mm.
So we need to repair the cogs. We can come back
Yeah, we'll come back.
because we definitely need a lot more scrap.
There's that, and then should be easier to go down the hill.
Yeah. As
If we had
as intended.
if we had a better vehicle, we would have
Do you want to see if we can get that birch?
we need an axe 2, level 2.
Oh, damn.
That is silver bark. We will get there eventually.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, we should be
I don't think I need to push
zooming
down.
down the
Yeah,
hill.
just
Dang.
flying. Going 60.
Wow.
Yeah, just flying.
Oh, the tulips grow back really fast. I got all of these ones before.
What are the tulips for?
They make paint.
Oh, only blue paint, I guess, because it's only blue tulips.
It just says paint, so maybe it's a paint base, and then
We can put whatever
you can
we want.
choose your color.
Maybe.
Yeah, they grow back really fast, which is nice.
Okay.
Riding in a van with my wife.
No, you don't need a charge soon, although we are kind of heading in a somewhat direction.
Oh, we can stop by the charging
Yeah.
station. It'll be recharged, and then we can go through the path to the right, I guess.
Yeah.
You want me to
Why
get
are
out?
you acting like this?
Whoa!
What is happening?
That's
What the fuck was that?
so many potholes.
That's so weird.
Yeah. Recharge.
Nice. That's satisfying.
That is really nice. Yeah. Let's go.
Right, this way?
If we go right, you don't need to reverse. You can keep going forward. I think. Yeah, we haven't been this way. We also haven't.
I
been
can't
on
see
the road.
squat. All right, here's what we're gonna do. Okay.
Go to bed.
Yeah, because I can't see nothing. Oops.
We both opened it at the same time, so it just shut it. One of us.
Good night. Good night, sweetheart.
Good night, honey. Do-do-do-doom, ba-ba-da-dow-dow.
All right. Oops. Now we can continue.
Yeah.
Do you know where we're going? I mean, you're the navigator.
Just along this path, it's all just unexplored areas.
Oh, okay. Hopefully there's some metal.
Yeah. No idea where this path is going to take us. Oh, there's a upgrade thing, which sometimes has metal at its base.
Oh, yeah, true.
Honk honk. I love you.
All right.
Yeah, I can see some metal there. I think I've got... Yeah, I got 2 upgrade tickets on me.
I have some as well.
Oh, only one option, the nailing station.
That's fine. We needed that probably.
3...
I picked up 2.
I got 3 from 1, so you probably have 6 on you.
Oh, I don't know.
hello
6, yeah.
in GTC. But
Oh, well, you have a good night. I hope you
Also good
sleep
night.
well.
yeah, have a good night, Staffler.
Save our scrap for the windmill.
Yes.
Goodbye.
Oh, goodbye. I was checking how much we had. I think we have 9.
14.
14?
14
And how
scrap.
much do we need for the windmill?
20.
Okay.
But I still would like to, like, get more.
Yeah.
No. You're completely fine. You are completely fine. It is total opposite because we're on the opposite side of the world.
Yeah. Unfortunately, our schedule. We're doing our best for all of our viewers.
It just doesn't
Like,
always really work when we live on the opposite side of the world. The best time, theoretically, for everybody would be like 4 a.m. for us, which is just a nightmare for us.
yeah, if we started then, I think we want to go right. I think left will take us towards the exit of this zone, and we don't really want to go there yet. We've got more exploring to do. We may as well go to the other question mark.
I don't know where the other question mark is.
Just keep following this road.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, like if we started at 4 a.m., that would be like the
Ooh, is it that stuff up there?
best. Yeah, that's the exit.
Mhm.
But like that would we tried that for a bit and it
It
just
doesn't work for us.
hurt.
It hurts
It was
us.
painful. Yeah. So now we stop around then. A bit
It's a lot
earlier.
more manageable.
Yeah. We are night owls as well. We are not morning people. Yeah.
Ooh,
It's too nice.
thought we could use that.
Scrap. It'll probably use some scrap to make.
Yeah, and everyone. Hold on, let me go. I want to make some planks. Ugh.
Deposited 9 more scrap. How much? It's only 3 scrap and make.
Making some plank.
Yeah. You make like 12 planks.
Look at that. Look at that sawmill.
If you want to also make like 2 bolts while you're at it, so you can make the weight upgrade. Because we're just going to drive around for a bit, go to the other objective.
Yeah.
This upgrade and ready to chop silver wood. But yeah, we appreciate it when anyone can
Oh, for sure.
make it. There's no pressure.
Like, if you really want to, you could just, like, lurk, leave it on, mute the stream. Not mute the stream, mute the tab. That way, it's kind of like you're here. I have an axe.
I have made the weight upgrade.
Nice.
And I'm just waiting on more planks for the axe. Which is fine. One of us having the axe.
It's okay, I've got it. I'm gonna go chop down these trees over here.
Nice. Oh, our ginger's done.
Nice.
We got 2 ginger from that 1 ginger.
Nice.
I guess it's still worth it because we don't know when we'll need it.
I have 15
Oh, it tells you how many days.
silver
till
bark
harvest.
wood. It does tell you how many days?
Yeah, when you plant it, it tells you. Carrots will be ready tomorrow. Wheat will be ready tomorrow. So blueberries take.
Goodbye.
I was gonna plant more blueberries.
Good.
Yeah, blueberries take 1 day. And carrots and wheat take 2.
Okay.
We're still needing more fiber, but we haven't. You would think you would find a bunch of fiber in this open plains, but it's just grain. That's all we're finding. No, she's abandoned me.
Ugh, stop talking about the battery running.
They opened the door. And then you left. I mean, you go.
Oh.
You evil, evil woman. I think where we're going is the top of that cliff on our
Not
left.
on purpose. In my defense.
I know. It's okay.
Up here?
It's funny and I love you. No, there's no path up. Somewhere we have to find a path up to the very top
Alright.
of this cliff.
You sure?
Yeah. I'm not sure where the the path might have been the other way. But it looks like there's another charging station if we kept following the road. We're out of energy.
It's getting away from us. Oh, we could put Silverbark with me now.
Oh, nice.
There we go.
Yeah, I
Just
think
let it charge up a bit, you know.
I think
Scooch sideways.
when I tried getting out of the car the first time, it just slid down the hill and put me back in the seat.
Oh yeah, it's sliding. There we go. Alright, where are we going?
Go right, go back to the road. Oh, more Silverbark.
I get that.
I can't.
Oh yeah.
I think there's a charging station on the road. I think we need to go back the other way though.
I don't know where. Just straight? Oh, this way.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's a charging station, right?
Think
Looks
so.
like it. Yes, it is. Oh, there's a bunch of Silverbark here.
Yeah, I'm gonna get it.
I'll let you collect that, and I'll drive the car up to the charging station.
Okie dokie. Painting station.
Oh,
Ooh.
you can repaint the vehicle. It's not a charging
I
station.
don't want to paint the. I don't want to paint the car. No, it's perfect.
It is perfect. There's another wood here. Yeah. So if we just keep going, well, if we just go the direction the car's pointing now, and then go the other way,
Okay.
you're really good at leaving me behind. I fully expect once we eventually get a car, that to happen in real life.
Just drive off without you.
I'll just walk home.
Oh no. I'll feel so bad.
I know you won't do that in real life.
Look, make yourself an axe somehow.
I need to make more planks.
Well, fucking make some planks. It's not like we ain't got enough fucking wood at this point.
We're out of wood now.
Oh, are we?
No.
I'm like,
Yes, we are.
oh. We should probably go back to a place where they have more than just the silver bark stuff. Sims!
Hello,
Sims hit me with a plushie.
Oh my god, that means he
Look at this. Look at her house. Isn't that nice? We have a house on our van.
House. On our drivable house.
What's wrong? Did we get this one already?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, just keep going along the road
I think we
to the
probably
right.
need to go back to the area where there's other wood. What is this game? Outbound. It's free on Game
This is
Pass.
Outbound.
And it's cute. And it's cozy. And we've had like 3 people recommend we play it in the past 2 days. So here we are.
I love the other way.
Look, I just wanted to come for the silver bark wood, obviously.
It is so cute and cozy. It's fantastic if you love like open world exploration games.
Yeah,
if
it's
you love
lots of
collecting things.
Apparently,
There's so
I'm
many
starving
collectibles.
to death. Hold on.
Oh no, eat the mushrooms.
I meant to. God damn it.
The mushroom.
Mushroom.
Yeah.
Oh, perfect.
Mushrooms are currently our best food. Yeah. Yeah, it's good to try out. If you get a bit Game Pass, it's free.
It's very nice.
With a Game Pass.
We've made our vehicle very lightweight, so it is now obviously wanting to flip-flop all over the damn place. It's like, I'm free.
I
Oh,
feel
now
like
it's raining.
there's gonna be a lot of scrap in this place.
Oh, that'd be good though.
Like, doesn't this look like a scrapyard?
It does. We need that.
I think there's an elevator to our right.
Go up. Fuck.
We're not going up this way, but to the right looks like there's an elevator that our car can go on.
Oh yeah, okay.
I have no idea what's the other way. That might be
Large
some...
vehicle elevator.
Oh, cool.
Okay, go lift us up, babe.
Okay, and then I'll run up the pathway.
Yeah, that's me. I'm driving.
System not powered on. We leave the car here.
Oh. Fuck this car. We didn't need it anyways.
Heck you care.
We're having a good time.
Yeah,
It's
so
definitely better than I thought it would be. Like I had looked at it a while ago, and I'd be like, I don't understand the point of just building for the sake of building, and I thought that's what it was gonna be, just like, oh, just build things. Which I
there
mean,
is scrap metal here
there is
under the
1,
towers.
2. I'm gonna over encumber myself on scrap metal. It's gonna be beautiful and glorious.
Each individual scrap metal gives you 3, which is
I've got
great.
12 already.
I'm at 9.
Is this another workbench? It's a fake workbench.
Oh my god, just like that taxi. That fake taxi.
Somehow, even though I'm encumbered, I can still climb ladders.
I can take more if you're still...
No, it's good.
I don't
Oh,
understand building.
coarse ore. I'm
I don't
slow as
understand
fuck.
building for the sake of building. What is Minecraft to you then? What is Minecraft to you?
Klaus Dieter von Zwergenthal.
Oh, these look like
Minecraft is protecting against zombies,
coarse ore.
and that makes sense to me. If you're protecting against enemies and stuff, and have a house and stuff like that to protect yourself and protect your shit, okay? But this, who are the enemies in this game? Oh my god! Oh fuck!
The enemy is
Oh lord! Oh
the enemy is the car's battery.
yeah, apparently. Babe, I have done something. I'm not sure how I've managed this.
Oh, you're up.
I'm not sure how I managed this.
Well, I'm. Oh, I have an ad break starting now, so just fair warning to anyone in my stream. Okay, I'm gonna come back. There is a unstuck thing if you press escape.
There is okay. Oh,
I
thank
don't know
goodness.
what it does. I don't know if you're
Oh,
losing.
fucking awesome!
Did that put you back in the car?
Yeah, I actually was able to deposit all that scrap. I deposited 24 scrap metals, heavy too.
Nice.
I literally got stuck in a ladder.
Oof.
I was like seizing.
What's awesome as well about this place is there's a lot of coarse ore around.
Yeah,
So you
I
can
got a
mine it.
couple of that too.
Yeah.
I don't want to like abuse the unstuck
No.
feature, but that was kind of nice. Tommy is making noises that are obscene noises.
Oh wow.
Keep burping.
More scrap. Some of the scrap I think respawned already. I have no idea. Maybe we have to turn the windmill on to be able to power this.
Hmm? What?
Maybe we have to turn the windmill on to be able to power this, like, elevator?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe.
Hopefully
That
not.
tracks. I mean, that makes sense, you know?
Yeah, hopefully not. Maybe there's just a way up. No, it doesn't look like there's a way up. Yeah, it looks like we have to somehow turn the power on.
Not like we don't have enough. Oh, Sims is marking my glitchiness. I got
Thank you.
stuck.
Thank you for clipping it, Sims.
Thanks for the clips. Oh, and now I'm fat again. Ooh,
I can take things if you want to drop them.
what? I'm not heavy now.
Oh, you just
I thought I was. No, I
Come
was.
on.
I turns out. Oh yeah, no, turns out it was just stamina.
ah. Why even if you make that jump? It doesn't look like.
But you want to see how much scrap we have now? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Take a
I
look
got
at
another
that.
stick on there as
Take a
well.
look at that.
How much do we have? I'm not looking.
That's fine. You'll find out when you get here.
Never.
Oh, you're gonna love it.
Oh, I just fell down.
Let's just say you'll be able to make your own axe.
Yay!
Well, no, you won't, because I think that wood was the limiting factor, yeah.
Yes, wood is the limiting factor. Okay.
How much wood did you need for it? Wood
I
or
need
planks?
6 planks.
Oh. Oh. Literally can't. Okay.
I need 6 planks, which requires 6 wood.
Where you at?
I'm climbing the ladders on this thing. Let's see if there's anything we missed.
Steve.
No, it doesn't look like we missed anything.
See how much scrap we had?
No, I'm still not back in the car. Is this a pathway up? Nope. Nope. Somehow we have to power that and...
Where you at?
Coming back now. Still through the towers. Hey, honey.
You see?
Ooh, 51.
Yeah. Light up the
57 now.
town? What is that? Let me look it up.
Light up the town. Light it up. Light
Oh,
it
that looks
up.
cute. Is it multiplayer? Similar to games you've played, Power Wash Simulator.
Oh.
That is a specific. Oh, single player. Why would we play that?
Light up the town.
doesn't say it's
Cozy,
multiplayer,
creative,
it says
decorative game
specifically
for all
just single player.
ages.
Can you put some silver wood in the generator?
Yes, when we stop next time.
I'll do
Which
it
is
now.
now. Oh, you got it?
Yeah, I got it.
She asked me to do something and I said no, fuck you.
Know where we're going. That's fine. Left, right. I'll look at that.
We haven't gone this way. We can go right, yeah.
Okay. Ah, damn it.
Oh, we gotta wait for the silver one to process.
You just thought it looked cute. It's an aesthetic.
Can you help out for a moment?
Oh,
Yeah, it wouldn't process because we were driving.
oh wow. You know what? Let's go to sleep. Maybe it'll be alright tomorrow.
Oh yeah, good idea, yeah. Day 8. You have watch streaks? Everyone has watch streaks now.
It's
They've
nice.
released it to like everyone. Can you open up the canopy vehicle, please? I'm harvesting the crops. It's the morning.
Oh, wait. Oh, that too. But also, should we see if there's more scrap now?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, if the scrap came back. 'Cause you know, that's how it works. Random metal on the ground comes back the next day.
I love the regrowing metal.
No, it turns out not. There's nothing up here. Oh, actually, that might have just been one we missed, but I feel like I see a couple over there. Two,
I'm gonna get more tickets.
three. I don't think. Goodness,
Yeah, we need.
there is more scrap on the ground. Don't mind me. I'm just gonna pick up all this crappy scrap.
Scrappy.
So fucking fat.
I'm so fatty. Actually, how much do we get from eating a carrot?
Literally can't jump. Okay, gotcha.
Oh, carrots give the same amount as mushrooms and they regrow, so we might switch to a carrot diet.
Cool. Glad that I found that then.
Also, we only ever need one plot for the grain right now because it makes 8 per one plot. And the carrots make 3 each, I believe.
Okay. My back's itchy. Itchy back. Ah!
I'm gonna bring the car back over to you.
No. I'm gonna gather these coarse. Ow! Itchy back is what I said.
More crap, more scrap.
Babe, my love, my husband, darling.
My wife requires me. I'll do that.
That's speaking from her mic.
Towards you. Down low. Other side. Oh, right there. Thank you. Thank you. I love you too. Sometimes you just need help scratching your back. I have in my inventory 21 scrap and 9 coarse ore. I'm fucking
Nice.
fat as fuck, man.
Oh, there's more scrap here. We're gonna have even more scrap. Do you need more scratches? Or are you just
I'm
exhausted?
grunting because I'm so heavy.
Oh no. Ooh.
Yes, I can. I guess I'll have to look at the map. So we can go that way, or that leaves us into a different area. So I kind of want to go back to this beginning area because it's got more of that lower level wood, you know?
Yeah, I think if we get up to if we keep following the path around, we'll go back to a normal forest.
Oh my god, look. I found more coarse ore.
Yeah, hello.
Do I have nukes yet? No, not yet. I haven't unlocked nukes yet. Still kind of in the beginning. I'm willing to bet they're here somewhere.
I got the. Oh no, I got the course ore.
So fat. So fat. Oh my god.
You can make it up the hill.
Running up the hill. It's the perfect song to be playing right now. It's running up that hill.
But yeah, if we keep following the road, we'll go back to like a regular forest, so it should have normal wood.
What?
If we keep following the road the way the car's pointed,
Yeah.
we get up to the top of the other cliff where the regular trees are.
Yeah.
Which should have regular wood again. Oh, had an itchy spot and
Is there effective deforestation? Yeah. Yeah, they won't let me deforest here. They just tell me that I have to, like, at most, at most I can pick up the logs that have already fallen down. I feel like I shouldn't be going up with the amount that I weigh right now. I will probably die. And yet I'm doing it anyways.
Do you want me to come to you in the car?
What? No, it's all good.
I'll come to you on foot, and then you can drop things at me if you want, or you can just make it back to the car, and I'll be like Bon Clay. Oh my god, this scrap respawned.
I love Bon Clay.
Gambare,
Gambare,
Mugi-chan, gambare.
gambare.
Mime fan? Oh my god, is it a Mr. Mime?
Yeah, there's a Mr. Mime in chat.
Let's go, get the mime. Have you seen the videos of that guy at like the like SeaWorld or something? Some sort of like
Yeah,
animal
I've seen
thing.
that guy. He's funny.
Yeah, the mime guy that just follows people around whenever like a girl in a really short top
He'll just like show his
just gets his
belly off.
belly out, or like he'll follow people around. Uh, that walk funny.
You like, like it. My house is bigger than my van.
And we got this weight upgrade, so we can expand the house
Yeah, we
even
can have an
more.
even bigger house if we want to. Have a full-on fucking mansion.
Yeah, maybe
Because I don't like realism in my games.
maybe end game of this goal is to have a skyscraper in our house.
Oh my god, I can move.
Yay! Yeah. So we should,
Fucking
if
go.
we just keep following the road, we should get to a normal
Ding.
forest again, which hopefully we'll also get some more fiber.
Yeah, I'd like some fiber. You just tell me which way to go.
Well,
I know how much
that's
money
only
I
one
have. I
way.
haven't used a. I don't just always have what I need, I guess. To let you know, it's set to shift. So if I do that, it's because I'm trying to go faster.
Trying to sprint in the car.
I'm trying to sprint in the car.
Oh, that looks like some mine shaft. Oh, that's the next area.
Ooh.
But it's blocked, so we might have to get a pickaxe upgrade to get
Oh,
in there.
maybe.
That red tower's gonna have something interesting in it. Blue
Oh my
mushroom.
god. Are these? Oh, hell yeah. Let's grab them.
Oh my god. Can we enchant our pickaxe with poison? Indigo cap.
Be delicious.
This looks delicious. Oh my
Yum,
god.
yum, yum.
It gets a bit earthy and chewy, but it pairs perfectly with rain, campfires, and wanderlust. Okay, gives the same amount of food
Oh,
as carrots
commands.
and
I don't even
the other
know.
one.
What are those commands?
Yeah, moss rock. We need a
Oh, Pokey
pickaxe
Hill, right.
2 to be able to get through to the next zone.
That's fine. I don't.
We don't want to go to the next zone anyway.
Fiber!
Oh my
Oh
god.
my god, oh my god, oh my
She's
god.
been
I live
distracted
here.
by fiber. I can catch up. Oh, there's a big fiber bush up ahead.
I know, there's a lot of it.
Oh. We can make backpack upgrades from all of this.
I know, I'm so excited. Pull the car up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hello.
I'll stop the car at the crossroads.
Yeah. Look, there's some like all the way down there too. And over there. Oh god, it's nice. You're basically homeless? Not me. Like my big home.
Like a
Hold on,
turtle, we
hold on.
carry
I'll show you. See? Big home. Not homeless at all.
like a turtle, we carry our home on our back.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just immediately go up and make my backpack.
Going this way. Towards whatever the fuck this is. I also would like a backpack, but I discovered an
Backpack
outpost
1.
lookout.
Cool. I've got my backpack made.
Nice.
Huh?
I found 2 bottle caps. That was a waste of a trip. Ouch. Hi. Hey, 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 stop moving. I want a backpack too.
Well, we don't have backpack 2s yet. We've only got backpack 1.
Ooh.
What's in the birdhouse? Oh my god, a bottle cap. I'm also going to climb the tower. Because I want to.
Okay.
You said you like discovered it when you went up the top or something?
What? What did I discover?
Oh, there was a gnome in it.
Oh, I missed that.
Hey, shepherd. Oh, cool. If we keep going along the road, we'll get to a campfire. That will be... it will also be a dead end, and then we can just... Oh. Just fell out of the tower.
I did the same thing.
My ankle.
Oops.
My legs. Well, I may as well just run to the campfire. So I can just do it up the road.
Lets you
Ooh.
build, craft, and relax next to your vehicle.
Yeah. Okay,
Does
what's
it
in this
look like
supplies?
something different?
Nice. Got 5 planks and... okay, cool. I got 5 plank... Ooh. Oh, I might be able to just straight up craft the axe upgrade now.
Oh,
Maybe planks.
cute.
Let me stack this rock. There we go. Oh, good. I didn't jump off. Nice. I'm a pro. Die rock. I will light this campfire. I genuinely don't know what lighting campfires do, but I've done it. What if I open the widget menu and open the achievements?
I understand. I guess it's just for vibes, huh?
Okay. Good to know that I am not getting a single achievement because it's host only.
Oh, that's okay. I don't think I've gotten any achievements.
No, you probably have. They just haven't popped up.
I'm curious about something.
Like literally starting the game, like and doing the first thing, and then also like exploring the fire lookout achievements. Okay, I'm at
Well, now I'm just not even sure the purpose behind what the fuck I just did.
I am. Oh, what is this? Wind energy allows you to build wind turbines that charge your vehicles, or solar energy allows you to build solar panels that charge your.
Oh, that'd be cool. We could use that for sure. Where's that?
Wind turbine would do that at night as well,
Okay.
but I imagine solar is more effective.
Okay. Pick one.
Wind. I'm very gassy.
Okay.
Oh, cool. You can just put them out here.
Well, yeah, I just upgraded it to the point where we could do this.
Yeah, I can see it charging slowly. It's
Nice.
actually fantastic. I don't know why, but for some reason I can't deposit or access the storage info from. I can't interact with the storage from outside. Oh no.
What? That's so weird.
Oh my god, we found bread. Nice.
Yeah, I found red. It was in the windmill.
Cool. Oh, I can. Yeah, I can. Make my axe upgrade now. Yeah. I found full planks in a supply crate by the campfire. Got my axe too.
I like putting fire right on the dashboard.
What if?
Alright, I don't know what I've done. Oh,
Okay, now I can deposit the materials.
I don't know why it wouldn't let you before.
It's only happened on this hill, and the way to fix it is for someone to hop in the driver's seat.
So strange. Okay, actually, we should go to bed.
I don't think we need to continue up this pathway because I got to the
Oh,
campfire
no.
before, but we can if you
I
want.
don't know. I can't see shit. Oh, hi, Five. Five
Hi!
jumped in and then fucking left.
Oh no!
Fucking, hey, what's
Fuck
up? No, okay,
you!
bye.
Nothing much, bye.
I've made some more bolts. I hope we're still good on scrap.
We more than likely are.
80
Watch out.
scrap? Yeah, I think we're
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, I think we're good.
Let's pull the map.
Map.
That way, yeah, we
You
don't.
haven't explored it, so it probably still is worth you going over there to have it explored. Yeah, while you drive up, I will.
Look, we just need lots of this basic bitch wood.
Yeah, yeah. If you want to just drive up to explore, I'll get all the wood around here.
Okay.
Pardon me. Oh, some more fiber. Always going to be useful.
Did you light this already?
Yes. Is that white on the map for you?
Yeah.
Cool, yeah.
But my character didn't say, would you look at that? You're just eating breakfast and chilling? That sounds amazing.
Nice. Well, good morning, good morning.
Good morning, yes.
How are you doing lately, Five? It's always a delight to see you.
Agreed. That. Also, there's a cairn up here that I don't think you noticed. Unless you did and just didn't do anything about it.
I did notice that one.
I found rocks.
Nice. Just started my 6 days off. Feels weird not going to work or doctors. Oh, that's great.
That sounds amazing. I'm proud of you.
Yeah, big change up of schedule always feels a bit weird, but I'm glad to get some rest.
Let's see if we can't get back to the
Yeah.
No, believe me, I've been going through that too since I've been here. I'm like, what is
Aiko has
relaxing? What is this mean?
definitely been going through that. Okay, yeah, just follow this road along, and then when you hit the key intersection, take the left. Take a left.
Are we going back to the windmill?
This will take us around to the windmill. It
Fiber!
should. Oh, the fibers respawned.
You drive, I want to pick up fiber.
Yeah, yeah. I'll park us at the T intersection.
Okay.
Because all the fibers respawned again.
Yeah.
Nice. So we wanted to go this way. Which should take us back to the path that we didn't take before. Towards the windmill.
Maybe. Heavy. Am I heavy? No, I'm not heavy.
I'm feeling hungry.
So
We're
my
getting a lot of
inventory is
indigo caps. Indio daps.
Indian caps.
These this backpack upgrade's amazing.
I know, it's already like so freaking good.
Yes, it is worth opening the camp anytime the car is stopped because the windmills will go.
Okay.
I'm gonna move the blueberries over and have just one ginger cultivated at a time, and then have a third carrot. I mean. Okay, we're gonna need to keep an eye out for water wells.
Okay.
Oh, it's doing the thing where I can't deposit anything again.
Okay, you ready?
Now I can deposit. Give me a moment. Let me get in. Nope. Let's go.
Going
Yeah.
back to the windmill.
Oh. Yeah, here there's a couple of big rocks. Big logs. There's another one over this
How are the
hill.
indigo caps when it comes to food?
Same as carrots.
They're
They
good.
give 10. Yeah,
Good.
they're pretty good.
Pretty good.
I don't think we can regrow them. Oh, there's another campsite here. You want to light this campsite?
Yes, I do. I want to tell everybody in chat first, though, that for whoever may just be lurking, I just wanted you guys to be aware that we have a debut coming up August 1st.
Oh.
And we're getting new models. Both of us are getting new models.
Mm-hmm.
And they look amazing and they're beautiful and wonderful and fabulous. And we hope that you guys can be there. Except for you, and you know who you are. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I love you.
Everyone's welcome. Yes, even you.
Especially you.
Looks like there's a dirt path I'm gonna follow out this way.
Yeah, okay.
Right will take us back to where we've been, but there might be something that we missed.
Well, it's not
No.
even necessarily like missing something. It can be like,
Ah,
yeah,
do you have a ticket?
yeah,
Oh, there's a radio tower up here.
okay. Okay, where are you at?
Just follow this dirt path.
Okay,
It splits here again. To the left is the tower. There's also some scrap at the base of it.
okay,
I'm gonna go to the right, see if there's anything interesting over
okay.
here. It's a rock.
All right.
I can. Ooh, ooh, this is cool.
Oh, that works.
Die rock.
Pickaxe level 2.
Some water bottles, which will give us some water and bottle caps.
Nice.
Litter. Another rock. More litter. Some chairs we can sit at. The only real important thing was the can. But yeah, it's nice to hear that you're getting a good rest in, Vive.
Mm-hmm. If we get 10 bolts made,
10 bolts. Yeah,
and
we'll
then
find them at 10
20
bolts.
everwood planks, I can do a wooden roof variety pack.
Cool. Well, I'll be returning with some more planks because I found another big log to chop. Okay, once we go back down this hill, oh, there's another side section thingy further up the road. Go down the hill. I don't know what this is. Oh, what the heck is that?
What?
Oh, it's a stairway up. There's like a there's a little farmhouse thing for growing flowers, and there's Like a Roomba, but mowing the lawn.
Oh, cute.
This is adorable.
It really is really cute.
Oh, I can't turn him off. Let me harvest the tulips and this water from the well.
Through the tulips, through the windows, that's where I
Dear,
will become.
dear Lily, I harvested all the red tulips because I needed more paint. I promise that I'll plant more after I get back from the festival. I have no idea what this festival is, but a bunch of bottle caps. Okay, that's a paint maker. Oh, a gnome. Witch Hazel. Oh my god. It's Hazel. The witch. That is a, like, the resting thing is a big, like, culture shock you've experienced when you got here.
Yeah, but not really relaxed in the US all that much.
I feel like the majority of the culture shocks you've experienced are, like, just, like, work-life balance related. Hey, honey. Ooh. Ooh. And make more tickets. Yeah, we need some thread, however we make that. Everything was so sweet. Like, everything tasted ridiculously sweet.
Oh,
Like, even, like, the bread tasted like
cake.
cake, no joke. The cake tasted like 2 cakes.
Expecting this to work.
Should be good if I make
Really fucking
small. But a big culture shock related things. Everyone seemed busy. Like they had something to do, somewhere to be, something like that.
Like meeting my family, see how busy they were.
Yeah. People seemed more. Oh.
How do I make this work? I don't know what I'm doing. Just like, I would say trust the process, but I don't fucking know the process. So just give me a minute. I'm about to figure shit out.
Oh, that's fine. What other culture shocks? Like, to be fair, I didn't really leave my house much. Well, their house. Lifestyle hasn't changed too much. Um, I think it's more of a Southern Bible Belt thing, but like billboards for churches is weird.
That's a Southern Bible Belt thing. That's not everywhere.
I see what you're doing. Yeah. Um,
Hi.
hey yo.
I've managed to do this, but
What other culture shocky things did I experience? I mean, like, I wasn't there to work, so didn't really encounter any, like, work-related culture shocks. I was just there to be with Aiko.
how did you like Ubers and the way people talk? I guess people talking Ubers, I guess? I don't know.
Yes, it's people seem to...
Want to chat.
People were a lot more chatty and, like, superficial. Less genuine because, you know, they're wanting a good tip. You know, people in Ubers, people at like waitresses and things like that. It genuinely felt like the only reason they're being nice to you is because they're going to get a tip. Because tip-in's a thing. They want a better tip. Whereas in Australia, we don't have tip-in. Like, you only tip really for exceptional service. Yeah, yeah. Like, it genuinely felt like people were, like, smiling to your face but talking shit behind your back. Which is very high school to early 20s attitude. People tend, oh no, there's gossipy people here that talk crap about others because they think they're better than them. But yeah, like genuine kindness from like the service industry, just it's hard to tell. Whereas here, it's like if someone's being kind, then I mean they're not expecting a tip. There's the likelihood of them getting a tip is low. Just being kind because they're kind. I'm gonna make this. We still have plenty of scrap. And then let's see how much to make it. Oh, reinforced plank, silver bar, plank threads. Okay, I need 5 more bolts. Oh yeah, yeah. That happens here as well. Like shitty customers. You get fired if you're an asshole, but as long as you're just like neutral, you'll be fine. People talk bad about bad customers. One thing I encountered that was a bit like it's not really a culture shock or anything like that. Like there was definitely a good amount of people who spoke no English.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah. Yeah, we had Uber drivers who would just only spoke Spanish. Here you get people that don't speak English, but they usually know a few phrases. But I feel like it's more common just simply because the US has a higher population, so it's more noticeable.
The thing is like that doesn't even register to me as a thing. I don't know why I didn't I didn't clock that at all.
Yeah, like even the immigrants who come here from like very traditional families tend to know at least some English. Yeah, especially in the cities. Maybe. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, I think that's just because in the US, you have a big enough population of people who know how to speak those languages that like communities form where you don't need to speak English. It's sort of like that here, but it's only really for
There's translators for practically everything in the US.
yeah. Yeah. Like you typically see like an old Vietnamese couple that immigrated over late in life because their child came to Australia and then they came later that just don't know any English. Uh, you like occasionally experience that. You would experience it more if you went through the areas with more people, but yeah, it's just like um what else was a bit of a culture shock? Like the big stereotypical ones you like I already knew about from um like
Oops.
media, American media
Like
because
what?
American media like gun shops having crazy guns that
Gunshots have crazy guns?
gun shops have crazy guns that shouldn't be sold to sold to people. It was like military grade weaponry.
I don't think we really ran into a lot of people that were using guns.
We encountered a no, we didn't run into people that had guns on them really, but like um it's noticeable here if you see like a gun shop, but they're more common in America. I think I've seen one gun shop in Australia in my life. And it was tied to like a hunting club or something. Amazon's a lot better. It's not really a culture shock, but it's a fact. Amazon's a lot better in the US because you actually have things. Oh, nailing. I'll make a nailing. Actually, no, we need a lot more Everwood planks. We're running low on Everwood again. What else?
Yeah, I fell.
Oh no! I fell in love with you.
Shit, I fell again. Trying to get up there.
Yeah, the Walmart we went to didn't sell guns, and that was like in the South.
Not all of them do.
your generic security guard can have a gun. That's something that doesn't happen in Australia. Only like security guards can, yes, but it's only for specific jobs that they're allowed to even. Oh my god.
What?
That's our charging station.
Yeah.
Um,
You like it?
yeah, I do. Security's a lot more strict. There's a lot more just like X-ray machines and like metal detectors everywhere.
Going into courthouses and stuff like that. Fucking
Yeah. Yeah, whereas in Australia, it's like at most you'll see a metal detector. You won't have X-ray machines. You won't have metal detectors going into police stations or
Are we still
to a
good on? Hold on.
courthouse.
We still good on scrap?
Yes, we're still good on
Okay,
scrap.
good.
We have like 50
We're
scrap.
really low on fiber now though, because all those like windmills take
Yep.
fiber weirdly.
Yeah, it's a bit odd that they take fiber, but yeah. We're also low again on the normal wood, so there is
We're gonna be
more.
fucking golden when it comes to energy though, so
Uh-huh.
ain't really worried about that.
Right. And they're probably just it might be too hilly, but we could just go straight to follow this rock wall.
All right.
Yeah, shortcut. Yeah, yeah. I understand why it's there. It is just noticeable and like
The thing is a lot of it is just it's just an illusion. It's the illusion of security.
yeah. Yeah. Like 90% of the job of a security guard that I learned through my security training is just it's literally your presence is
Comforting.
comforting, yeah, but also like what was the term they used? Can't remember the term, but your presence there just dissuades most people from even attempting
Is a deterrent.
something. Yes, deterrent. Yes, you act as a deterrent just by being there.
I think I need to charge soon.
No, when we get to the top, we'll just open
Yeah, just open up your
open the door and see how fast it charges.
I am actually super curious to find out how fast it charges.
We also do have a bigger battery. Actually, no, we don't. I didn't make it. I was waiting to do this before I touched the bolts again.
True.
Are we even gonna make it up to the top?
Not time to walk. That's what you thought. Oops, sorry, my bad. Oh my god, look at it.
That is
Look
so
at
far.
it go.
We
Oh
almost
my
don't even
God.
need to walk.
No, I'm not walking. I'm gonna drive up there. I'm just waiting a minute.
I am gonna take out
The 20 scrap.
yeah,
Fair
I got
enough.
the 20 scrap on me.
That's wild.
That is so fast.
Because of those windmills.
That is really nice. I'm
Got some
happy to be low on
blueberries up here
fiber for
too.
that. Oh yeah, yeah, that'll all be done. Oh, this will be a good check to see if the rain actually waters your crops.
Yeah.
It does.
It's already watered, yeah.
Oh, that's great.
What am I planting again? Carrots?
Yeah. Yeah, carrots, some blueberries, and like one wheat. And yeah, a wheat on the
Wait,
end.
okay.
Yeah.
We got a lot of grain.
We have been having a lot of rain. Oh, cool. It just ended.
Grain.
Oh, grain. Yes. You get 8 per. Oh, I just fell through the car.
Yeah, I think the big thing is we're gonna need is a bigger battery.
Yeah.
I just figured Dad told me I couldn't sit on the floor against the wall hallway when waiting for my friend to check out. And when I asked him why, he said because I said so.
Yeah, there are security guards who tend to have a big attitude. It's typically the ones who didn't qualify to get into the army or to become a cop.
Yeah.
Those are the ones who are so egotistical, or like retired cops that will just work in security.
Ooh.
Check cogwheels. Okay. I'm repairing it.
You got this.
I repaired it. Yeah. Full brake level.
Alright.
Yeah, it spins.
Okay. I can go in here now.
Oh,
I was setting a password thingy. Oh, here it is.
nice. Nice.
So we got for mortar and pestle, grinds down petals into paints. You can create your own colorful masterpieces. Oh, nice.
Nice. Oh, sacks with flower petals.
Oh,
5 each.
nice.
Dang.
And it's literally this grind thing is just grinding. The mill is grinding petals
Nice. That
into
is
powder.
cool. Bottles. Get some bottle caps and some water.
Nice.
I have noticed that we haven't
Oh,
gone
more
back.
bread. The bread respawned.
Oh, nice. Wonder who did that. I was wondering where we got the bread from.
It was on this plate. I stole it from whoever was reading this book.
But yeah,
Oh my god, it gives 22 nutrition.
bread's the best
How do I
food
get
by
in the
far.
basement?
Don't know. Maybe we come back to that. It definitely looks like you should be able to get into it.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
turn the power for this back on. Wait, what is
Goodbye.
this back? Huh. Oh. She's abandoned me.
Actually, I want to see if I can make a masterpiece. Oh, I can not to upgrade my pickaxe because that takes a lot. But I can upgrade my battery if we have 5 bolts, which we, oh,
I want to build the
really do.
mortar and pestle because that is just 2 rocks.
It's gonna be fun.
What else did we need? There was a
I'm
nailing
making
station. We
some,
need
yeah, I'm
planks.
making the battery. I'm making the bolts for the battery.
Cool, cool, perfect.
I wanna paint masterpieces.
Yeah.
Whatever that means.
We need 20 planks.
20 planks, I got you. Yeah, I think you're working on
We
it.
don't have enough wood.
I burped. Planks for what?
Oh. I've discovered that you can turn silverwood into silverwood planks.
Good, good, good. I have
Um,
discovered that.
we need 20 planks to make the nailing station. To make reinforced planks. Which is used with some upgrades.
Battery capacity installed.
Wow, that doubled it.
Did
It
it?
literally doubled it.
Nice.
Our battery was full and now it's charging again. That is amazing. What else did we get up to?
Appletoon appears. Let's look at the map.
You can inflate tires.
What?
I'm inflating the tires to maximum tire pressure. They were at 85%. I don't know what that did. Yeah, what else did we get up to in the US that could be culture shocky? Great steak is unbelievably amazing.
Mm-hmm. Get in the car now. On my way to a church event,
mean-
my dog immediately takes the bathroom to see. Well, you know, priorities. Parking lots.
Parking lots are massive.
Cars in general, massive.
Cars in general are massive, yeah.
Walmart. How'd you like Walmart?
I love the convenience of Walmart. Walmart. Pharmacies being inside like another store and not being its own thing.
Yeah, basically when we went to go get meds or whatever, we would like drop off the prescription and then go shopping. And then we would just like pay for our shit at the same time as we were paying for our drugs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like Walmart pharmacy existing is so convenient, so cool. Yeah, you can drive it to the charging station and take a left.
Do you want
and
to go
then...
fix the two yellow things, the drawbridge and everything down there? Actually, hold on.
Yeah, we're gonna go that way.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Drugstores in general, so double convenience stores. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
yeah,
I don't think
whereas
we went to many. Left?
yeah, left here. We went to what, like a CVS or something?
We've been to CVS, probably. Yeah, we
Yeah.
did, because that's where we went after we got married. We
Yeah.
went there to get a photo. I told my mom that her wedding gift to us could be a picture frame. Oh, hold on. I feel like
I can ping if I'm in
Look!
first person.
I just got green.
Nice. So if I'm in first person, I can ping.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, this way. Can you see it?
Yeah, that's awesome.
Cool. Straight to CVS.
Well,
Yeah, we
look,
wanted a photo
I
frame.
needed a picture. We needed a picture frame for our wedding certificate.
Wedding certificate and
We didn't wind up getting one because we wanted a pink one. But what
Yeah.
we did get was bubble mailers so that we could mail off, so that we could get, because we had to get, basically we had to get our marriage certificate triple sealed because, or it was like triple sealed because there's a special kind of certification that's needed if you're trying to use your marriage certificate internationally.
Yeah.
What's this way?
Don't know. No, never went this way.
So we wanted, we didn't
There's
consider
a bridge
Michael's.
above us.
I don't know. I don't know why. Like, we were literally leaving that day. It was like a quick, it was meant to be just like a quick trip. We tricked my parents and told them that we were just gonna go out to lunch. And we're like, haha, just kidding. We're getting married.
It was a surprise wedding.
Ooh, I can make bread. A baking oven or a food processing. Or a standalone power unit. Ooh. Well, no. We're good with the power, I think, at this point. Although,
There's a lot to explore here in this area. Like we did tell them before.
yeah,
Because like
we
the people have
proposed.
to organize time off.
Yeah, we had to.
That's what the
That's why we told them we were gonna go to lunch.
Yeah.
Cliques. We had to tell them something, but we didn't want to tell them exactly something, so we just lied. You know, We lied. Well, not technically. We did go out to lunch afterwards.
Yeah. Lunch was always on the table.
Yeah. It just wasn't like the whole reason. Then we got like my sister was able to come, so that was nice. My mom and my dad and one of my sisters was able to come. The other one had to work. Have I gotten used to metric at all? No.
She'll get used to it when she starts driving. It's like speed limits and all that.
I have, I know that 24 degrees Celsius is comfortable for me.
Yeah. I'm more used to like temperature.
Because that's what's on the fucking air conditioner.
Yeah.
It's right there.
Yep.
But even still, like I'll ask my Amazon device what the temperature is outside, and it'll tell me it in Fahrenheit because that's what I'm used to. And I prefer it that way.
Somehow I looted that before I opened it.
Fucking
Before you
whore.
opened it.
You bitch.
Okay, there's another
I sleep in this person's
download
tent.
terminal, and the drawbridge is down this road.
You want to carry some stuff?
Yeah.
I've got for you some rocks. There you go.
Thank you.
But the drawbridge is this way?
Yep.
Oh,
That's the
nice.
drawbridge over there.
Oh, there's scrap on the ground. Furniture pack, even though I'm pretty sure we have already got all this furniture. Whatever. Now we've got more. Now I'm fat.
I can take more things.
Where are you?
I'm behind you. More bottle caps.
There you go.
Okay. I can only take 4 more things.
That's fine.
Okay, the drawbridge control's probably in this tower.
Did it.
Nice.
So fucking good at this game.
Bottle cap. Anything else? No hiding gnome.
Why are we so far away from the van? We didn't even leave it open either. It's not even charging. It's just vibing over there.
The path we took was a very long walking trail. I'm gonna head back to the van.
Trying to as well. Have fun, Sims.
Yeah, have fun at church.
Sunday? No, he's Jewish.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it is Sunday anyway. I don't know when Jewish people go to church. I thought for some reason it was Saturday, but I think that's actually Catholics.
Yeah, Jewish people go on Sunday because that is the Sabbath. Catholics go on Saturday because they decided the Sabbath is the Saturday.
Christians go on Sunday because that is the Sabbath. I don't know.
There's just different interpretations of when what days are who with.
Cairn. But I've missed entirely here.
Let me get out all the. Oh my god! I'm just taking out a bunch of bottle caps and I'm gonna run it over to the capping machine.
Okay.
I will open up the van though.
Are you getting a cat?
I'm gonna get all the other things we can get from the capping machine.
Okay.
And the wood along the way.
do have berries. Turns
What
out I
other
c-
thing?
Turns out I can't just eat grain. Weird.
We're gonna be able to make a lot of bread once we get the bakery. Yeah.
230 away.
I'm just trying to remember what other like culture shocky things I encountered. McDonald's breakfast is actually really good in the US.
Fucking fire. So good. McDonald's breakfast here in Australia sucks. It sucks. Like, I wish there was a nicer way I could put it.
It is very just
Not
like
good.
it used to be better, and then they removed all the things that made it good, and then now it's very much meh. I was not expecting it to use this many caps, but it is.
The only reason that the caps are there.
Like it increases by 1 each time I use it. The minimum amount of caps I need to use. Next use will be 5 caps. What am I stuck on? Oh, well that's useful.
Ooh.
What else? What else?
Ooh, it needs water.
I think that's
Grain
basically
plus water
it.
equals bread. Grain plus water plus tomato sauce equals pizza.
Oh,
Tomato sauce.
we don't have any tomatoes at all. Let me get out the rest of these full caps. You here? Oh, you're in the house. Okay, cool. I deposited. I did
I
not
was making
deposit
bread.
my wood. Did I? No, I did deposit my wood. Any wood I got. Yeah. There's 3 more left on this Captain Snap. We got a cute bee bobblehead this time. We'll be able to get the last 2. Wobbly wind turbine.
Lord.
Oh no, am I gonna get the last reward? Maybe. I might get nothing though. Take a chance. Wait, no. Okay, machine's empty. We have all the bobbleheads from at least this first area.
It's just the Sims.
Hmm?
Oh, it lights up. Very cute.
Oh, that is cute. I'm gonna take a ticket and run over to the thing to use the ticket on. To the west. Oh, this is fiber. We do need more fiber because we just, for some reason, ran out of fiber before.
So weird. So weird. No idea why.
Yeah, this is a mystery. It's like it's a mystery of like where all the food Luffy eats goes. This is definitely a chill and cozy game,
Yeah.
and I'm enjoying it. Can you see us playing this to completion?
Maybe. It's a nice cozy game. I am thinking maybe about like ending soon so that we can watch more One Piece though.
Hanging decorations, dining tables, or side tables? Metal side tables.
Not metal side tables. Hanging decorations.
Some more scrap and some more planks. How long have we been live for? Almost 4 hours? That's good. This game is just so cozy though that it's very much
Very easy to just kind of get lost and
yeah.
okay, these lights are definitely not as bright as I thought they would be. But it's fine. There's some ugly ass curtains.
Yeah, it might just unlock, hanging decorations 2 later that has better looking curtains. You would go across? Okay, you did go across. Which is good. Good. Yeah, we still have a big area to the south southeast to explore.
I feel like that should be able to like hang on the roof, yeah. But it doesn't. It just hangs on the wall.
Whoops.
No, it's alright. It's alright. I've done that to you like 400 times. About
Oh, it tells us what our build weight is. Oh, you left. I was looking in the motor.
Goodbye.
Yeah. I was looking in the motor to see like what the stats of the car currently is, and yeah, our build weight's 30 currently.
Yeah.
I'll catch up. Yeah, we can go across this way.
As a reminder, take my nighttime meds.
Hey, Trunks.
As a reminder, take my nighttime meds.
Take your meds if you haven't taken your meds, guys.
No, I'm out of water because I keep drinking it all.
Because people keep trying to make sure we stay hydrated for some fucking reason.
Those bastards.
Take your nighttime meds.
I took my nighttime meds. She has to remind us like several times just because like
And we still
suck at
forget.
remembering. Yeah, we do. We forget all the time.
Yeah, we haven't explored this road at all. Oh, nice. Nice. No, still need. Oh, did you make the bacon oven?
I did.
Nice.
Then I made bread. My bread. I made 3 breads.
Look at my bread. There's got to be a way to get like a water collector or something.
I consumed the bread.
I
I'm
can
going to sleep.
Oh, there is a second Captain Snaps in this zone somewhere that we just haven't found.
I don't understand the sitting mechanic of this game. Like, I can maybe understand if, like, I could... You're,
It's literally just to enjoy the view.
oh.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine.
I mean, I think it'd be cooler if like I could like take screenshots of ourselves, like pictures.
Yeah, it would be cool if we could. No, you can.
Oh, there's a screenshot mode.
Screenshot mode, yeah. Hide UI for taking screenshots. Cancel screenshot mode with any interaction or by opening any menu. It literally just hides the UI.
Oh, not if you're sitting. It doesn't hide the UI if you're sitting.
It could.
It doesn't. Literally, look. I say look. Okay, look. Screenshot mode. UI's gone. Ooh, ah. Ooh, oh. Let's sit down so we can take a Nope. Nope. UI came back.
So if you sit down. Well, when you're sitting down, oh, you can't access. When you're in the driver's seat or the passenger seat, to get out, it's R, so you can actually enable screenshot mode. Is there a control to enable screenshot mode? There's a flashlight?
Yeah. Well, it's not really a flashlight so much as it's the headlights.
No, there's vehicle headlights, but then it says there's also a... Oh, we don't have the flashlight unlocked.
Oh. I've been driving around in the dark anyways. Where am I? Oh! Alright, I guess. I don't know why.
Yay!
I don't know why I sat in the passenger seat, but okay.
Neither do I. Neither do I.
I'm just vibing. I'm here. This is nice. I'm stretching my legs.
Oh, those are horrible,
Yeah, they're not good. That's why I was like, I'll just drive around in the dark. I don't care.
It's honestly, it's worse to have them on.
Yep. Yep, I agree.
Maybe when we upgrade.
Maybe.
Oh, there's the next captain.
Do we have more caps?
Oh, we have some more. Not enough to get all of them.
I'm so excited, it seems. Wait, let me do one, because I never done it
Yeah.
before.
You can do this entire machine. Oh my god, it's pizza. These are accessories. There's a cap on the seat next to the captain's snap. Which one do you think you're gonna get?
I don't know. I didn't see what they were to start with. Cheese.
Cheese.
I want the gnome.
I think you're gonna get the kitty.
Oh, I'd like the kitty too. That's cute. Are these necklaces or baubles?
Arms. Makes holes in yours. Oh, they all it takes fiber. Oh my god, I guessed right. You got the kitty.
Yay! Alright, and gnome. No, I don't have any more. Sorry.
No, neep, no. You missed your chair and hit my chair. That's what happened.
Yeah, I know. I did it again. I did that on purpose.
Let's go.
I like you driving. My legs feel nice. I'm stretching them out. But I can't stretch my legs out whenever I'm driving because I have to sit forward. Hey, look, forward. There's a thingy for the blueprints.
Whee!
I'm trapped. How do I get out of this vehicle?
I have to stop.
Oh.
Uh,
Do we want soup or standalone power unit? I think soup.
Soup, yeah. I don't know what the standalone power unit will do, but...
Get out! Oh.
Maybe we should sleep so we can actually see resources on the ground when we're driving past a
Yeah,
wood.
right.
I've noticed that if you just don't sleep, it never ends the day.
Yeah. Hi, Kiro. Why are you saying double stinkies? You're the one who
Kiro.
wanted us to play this. Road berries makes tomato or jam. It makes jam.
Oh, that's good to
Making
know.
jam, and we don't have any coconuts.
We do not have coconuts, okay.
Yeah, Kira, weren't you one of the ones who said we should play this game, Outbound? I think there was at least like 3 people that said we should play this. I thought you were one
Speaking
of
of stinky, how stinky are we?
them. Carrot! I checked mine already. I think I was 50.
I'm 53.
I was 59, I think, earlier when I checked.
Feel more carrots, nice.
That's a little carrot. Nice. Kira's
Oh.
really stinky. Damn.
How stinky was Kiara?
79% stinky.
Dang. Oh my god, that's a beautiful waterfall up in the up ahead.
Ooh.
I want to run back a bit because I haven't explored any of this area, and
That's fine. I haven't explored this area either.
there's only a little bit that we have that is unexplored because I think you drove across this bridge and then drove back.
Did I?
Is this a carrot? It's a carrot.
See if I look at my map.
I can run back. Run, 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 and I can.
Oh yeah, the path that we're going on here. Also, what is that thing? Is that another? Is that the cap and snap thing? Is that what that means? The little
Yes.
thing with the balls.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
It sort of looks like it's a rock slide or something
I
as
thought
well.
it was something like that. I thought it was a
Yeah.
rock slide.
Open track a landmark. Track this landmark.
You like our? Don't run away. What do you mean? I'm not running away. I'm still here.
I can run away.
Fine. I'll
You
check
can
myself.
blame it
I'll check
all
myself. Fine.
on
Okay, sneaky check. Fine. All right. All right. Let's see what we got. 27%. See, I ain't barely any stinky.
She smells wonderful.
Smell
can-
wonderful. See,
I can smell you.
not creepy at all. It's so weird.
Who's the weird one? The one that married the weird person or the weird person?
I mean, that's both of you. That's you both. That's both of you. Wait. That's
I'm two people at once. Nice,
yes.
thank you. I have achieved. I've
You've achieved sentience. Good job, babe. Such prouds.
Thank you. I am. Oh, did you go in this cave?
Nope.
Where this rock slide is?
I did. I went in there, and I broke 2 rocks.
And now we need a better pickaxe to get in
Yep.
anything. There are more blueprints.
You know what?
Up
I
ahead.
will say I did my best.
Yeah, that's fair. Maybe the blueprint thing up ahead will have one. In the car?
We
Yeah.
have the ability to upgrade our pickaxes. We just don't have the materials.
We have the ability?
Yeah.
Oh, we need the reinforced planks and things.
We need silver bark planks, thread, and reinforced planks. How do we get...
The only thing we don't have access to is thread currently.
You'd think we'd be able to make sew the stuff, right?
The what?
Like in the sewing machine.
You'd think, but I guess we just haven't gotten the thing to make it yet.
Mm.
This is a pretty waterfall. I wonder if there's a gnome around here. Probably.
Probably, for sure.
Oh. This is a familiar kind of road we're on right now. Just a zigzag up a... What is that? I should the marked off as... Okay, cool. Oh no.
Come on.
Yay, I can get in.
Try to sprint. Zoom, zoom, motherfuckers, zoom, zoom.
It's this way.
Oh, I'm glad that you're telling me which way to go because I would have no idea.
It's this way. No, it's this way. Off there. That way.
Off the cliff? Okay.
Oh my god.
So weird.
I think the car's stuck.
How do we get unstuck? There we go. Alright, let's go.
I love you.
Me too. Hey, I was just following your directions.
Oh. That definitely needs to be clipped. Hint, hint.
I'm driving. You can clip it if you want to.
Oh, fine, fine. Oh, clip it. Got a clip.
Nice little drive we have up here, up the hill. Very relaxing. Ah, I see.
Ah, silver barkwood.
Yes, that's exactly what I saw. You do your clipping, I'm gonna run around and
It's okay.
collect all these things.
There you go, honey.
Also fiber.
There's some fiber. And so the campfire there, some clearing? Maybe there's definitely gonna be a thing around here to
Can I go in the water? No. It won't
kind
let
of
me.
take it on.
Yeah, you'd think there'd be a gnome around here somewhere.
I can guarantee there's so many gnomes we've missed.
Oh, for sure.
We've got 9 of 25 in this first zone. Oh, yep, there is a gnome over here. Oh my god.
What?
Either come here in game or in real life.
Alright. Oh, it's adorable. Oh my god, he's on like a tiny little baby diving board. That is so cute.
He's on a baby diving board and he's got a flamingo floaty. Bananome.
Bananome.
Oh. Bananome. Bananome. So we're at 10 of 25 gnomes in this first area, which is honestly better than I would have expected without a guide. In fact, most structures we go to have a gnome in it. Oh.
Oh, I just realized that ginger does not feed me at all.
No, it makes you healthy. I'm going to chop this wood and then light the campfire unless you have already.
No, I did not apparently.
Okay. Get lit. Blaze it.
That's right, because I didn't have the right kind of wood on me.
Oh, this bridge is out. Nice. How much we need in? 20. Oh, another waterfall and a lovely well. Does waterfall count as a waterfall? That's cool. No, it doesn't count as a cool waterfall. Yeah. Whenever you are...
Yeah, I'm starting to get a little tired.
We'll make... Think, what? Repair the bridge. Oh, it's planks.
I'm working on making them right now.
Cool. Thank you. Um... Make a couple of loaves of bread.
Yeah.
Consume bread yummy. Consume the carrots. Yeah, so thread is like the only thing holding us back currently.
You found love, 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 love.
Oh yeah, that campfire would be a good one to end it on, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So go across the bridge to the left to that tower, get whatever blueprints there, light the campfire, and then good end spot.
Mm-hmm. And I've already found somebody to raid.
Oh, nice.
Minute, so that should be fun. Oh, what I wanted to do was I just wanted to see what it looked like from first person perspective.
Oh. Bridge building genius.
Yep. I'm so good at it. Where are we going? Left, right?
Left.
Oh, yeah, I see him right up here. You light the campfire, I'll go get the recipe.
Sounds good. Let me get a storage crate that might have a wood in it.
Solar energy.
Okay, nice. So solar energy. I wonder if we can have them going during the day. Got an everwood plank. Campfire lit. Get the junk.
All right, guys. I want to thank you guys so much for showing up for our stream and everything. We've had a lovely time. We are going to raid out to Spooky.
Ooh, I need
who is streaming
name.
Spookie. Spooky is playing Omaneko When They Cry, !X. She's an absolutely adorable and lovely and wonderful person. We're going to raid out to her. I do have a raid message if you want to do a raid that is for people who are unsubbed. If you are subscribed and you want to join, there is the command right there for those that are subscribed. And so we're going to head over there. And I really appreciate all of you guys joining us and hanging out with us. And we will be back streaming something tomorrow. Maybe this, maybe something else, but we'll see you over there.